Section 59 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 18, Ireland to the Settlement of Ulster, by Dunlop, Part 1. Cut off by its position, but even more by the relapse of the greater part of its inhabitants into a state of semi-barbarism from the general currents of European development, Ireland, which despite its insularity had done so much in the past for European civilization, was to most Englishmen at the beginning of the 16th century a mere terra incognita. Quite recently it had, it is true, acquired a certain notoriety by its espousal of the claims of Lambert Simnel and Perkin Warbeck. French wines found their way into the country through Cork and Waterford. The long-established commercial relations between Dublin and Bristol still subsisted. Spanish traders landed their wares on Galway Quay. The fame of St. Patrick's Purgatory attracted an occasional pilgrim from foreign lands, and of one Irish chieftain it was placed on record that he had accomplished the hazardous journey to Rome and back. But of those larger influences which were transforming the face of Europe politically, intellectually and morally, Ireland knew nothing. The wave of the Renaissance expended its force without touching her shores. Vast woods and impenetrable thickets, the lair of the wild boar and the wolf, interspersed with pathless bogs, covered the island, rendering communication with the interior dangerous and difficult, and preventing that political development which trade and intercourse with other nations can alone promote. Of the 750,000 of inhabitants which by a rough estimate then composed the population of Ireland, 2/3 at least led a wild and half-nomadic existence, possessing no sense of national unity beyond the narrow limits of the several clans to which they belonged, acknowledging no law outside the customs of their tribe, subsisting almost entirely on the produce of their herds and the spoils of the chase, and finding in their large frieze mantles a sufficient protection against the inclemency of the weather, and one relieving them from the necessity of building houses for themselves. They had little in their general mode of life to distinguish them from their Celtic ancestors. 3 centuries or more had passed away since the Anglo-Normans had set foot in the country. The marks of their invasion were everywhere visible. In the better cultivated district of the Pale, where they had obtained a firm hold of the land, in their castles scattered up and down the country, and in the beauty of the ecclesiastical structures that their piety had raised. But conquerors and conquered had long since merged into one common race, and if it was perhaps not literally true that the former had become Hebernus ipsis Hebernioris, there was in fact little difference either in language or in customs between them. Only in the 4 counties of Louth, Meath, Dublin and Kildare that comprised the Pale were any signs of English authority visible. Hence the saying that they dwelt by the west, the law which dwelt beyond the river of the Barrow. To preserve this last vestige of its dominion had been, in so far as it concerned itself with Ireland at all, the one object of the English crown from the days of Richard II down to those of Henry VII. Acts of the most stringent description had been passed to prevent the assimilation of the 2 races. Threats of confiscation had been hurled against the degenerate English nobles unless they abandoned their pestiferous customs of coin and livery. The aid of Rome had been solicited, and the Church had thundered her anathema against the rebellious Irish, but all to no effect. Year by year the position of the Pale men became more precarious, worst of its many respects than the wild Irish, from whose inroads they were compelled to purchase an uncertain immunity by the payment of a heavy black rents. They seemed to exist on sufferance only because it suited the policy of the dominant house of Kildare to make use of the royal authority in its feuds with the Butlers and O'Neills. In order to remedy this condition of things, Henry VII had authorised his deputy, Sir Edward Poynings of 1494, to consent to a law restraining the freedom of the Irish Parliament and subjecting its legislation to sanction of the Privy Council. But the remedy hardly touched the disease. Before long, affairs drifted back into their old channel of how long Ireland might have continued an object of more or less indifference to England. It is impossible to say, had not the political consequences of Henry VIII's divorce rendered active intervention there necessary. Perhaps in no domain had the antagonism between the two races been attended with more peculiar results than in that of the Church. Despite the efforts of the Synod of Cashel to secure conformity in doctrine and ritual, the Irish had never entirely abandoned their own primitive form of church government. And this for two reasons. First, because, being of indigenous origin, it had grafted itself permanently onto the clan system, and secondly, because the Church of Rome, by associating herself closely with the policy of the invaders, had failed to gain the sympathy of the natives. Of course, as the power of the crown in Ireland grew, so also grew the influences of the Roman Church. But though pushed into the background, the old Church, if we may venture to call her, never completely lost her hold on the people, and with the revival of Celtic ideas in the 14th and 15th century, her influence became more pronounced. Still, the consequences were not so fatal for the Church as they had proved for the state. Naturally, the secular clergy had lost in the contest, notwithstanding the severe enactments by which they sought to exclude Irishmen from their cures and benefices. But wherever monasticism had firmly established itself, where the Church managed to hold her own, albeit Irish in lieu of English hands now trimmed the lamp that had been lit at Rome, nevertheless it was hardly to be expected that in a country so much the prey of civil discord, where the plundering of an abbey or the burning of a cathedral was a common incident of tribal warfare, the feeling of religion should be anything but superficial. And there is every reason to believe that the picture drawn by a contemporary describes accurately enough the state of degradation into which the Church in Ireland had fallen at the beginning of the 16th century. Some say that the prelates of the Church and clergy are much cause of all the misorder of the land, for there is no archbishop, nor bishop, abbot, nor prior, parson, nor vicar, nor any other person of the Church, high or low, great or small, English or Irish, that useth to preach the word of God, saving the poor friars' beggars. The proceedings connected with Henry's divorce from Queen Catherine had hardly entered on the last critical stage, which signs of political complications likely to follow from an open breach with the Emperor Charles V began to show themselves in Ireland. James FitzJohn Fitzgerald, 11th Earl of Desmond, who, in order to strengthen his position in Munster against the McCarthys on the one side and the Butlers on the other, had lately been coquetting with Francis I, had seized the opportunity to open negotiations with the Emperor, promising in return for assistance to transfer his allegiances from the English to the imperial crown. This would have attracted little attention had it not been that Charles, in the hope of creating embarrassments for Henry, had shown a willingness to entertain Desmond's proposals. And though his death nipped the scheme before it had time to take any practical shape, his example has not been lost on the others, and more than one Irish chieftain showed a readiness to follow in his footsteps. Thus the necessity of vigorous intervention in the affairs of Ireland was brought forcibly home to Henry. The Viceroy Gerald, 9th Earl of Kildare, was accordingly summoned to London, and immediately on his arrival there clapped in the Tower. A report of his death, premature as it proved, was instantly followed by the rebellion of his son Thomas, Lord Offaly. Troops were dispatched to Ireland, and on February 3rd, 1537, Earl Thomas and his 5 uncles, having been previously attainted, were hanged at Tyburn. The downfall of the House of Kildare cleared the way for energetic action in Ireland. Already in the previous year, a parliament professing theoretically at any rate to represent Ireland had given its sanction to legislation bringing Ireland into line with England in ecclesiastical matters by confiscating the estates of habitual absentees, had removed at least one great obstacle to a permanent settlement in the country. But the purely formal character of this Parliament's proceedings was too apparent to allow anyone to expect a sudden reformation. and it spoke well for Henry's appreciation of the difficulties of the task he had undertaken that, before proceeding further in the matter, he should have sought to obtain as much light as possible on the nature of the problems to be solved. With this object, he ordered on July 31st, 1537, the appointment of a commission presided over by Sir Anthony St. Leger, for the order and establishment to be taken and made touching to the whole state of our land of Ireland, and all and every of our affairs within the same, both for the reduction of the said land to the due civility and obedience, and the advancement of the public weal of the same. The commissioners, having collected information from every available quarter, completed their labours early in 1538, but it was only with the appointment of St. Leger as Lord Deputy in the summer of 1540 that the scheme for the reformation of Ireland, as it was called, began to take practical shape. Incidentally, Henry's breach with Rome had the effect of attracting special attention to the so-called donation of Ireland to Henry II by Pope Adrian IV. The discussion to which the subject gave rise was not of a purely academic character. What one pope had the power to grant, another, it was argued, had the power to recall, and a disposition manifested itself in papal circles to give practical expression to this view of the question. To obviate this danger and to place the Crown's claims on an indisputable basis, a bill was prepared conferring on Henry and his heirs the title of King of Ireland, and submitted to a Parliament which met at Dublin on the June 13th, 1541. The bill readily passed both houses, and having been read again in plain Parliament, received the royal assent on Saturday, June the 18th. This act, though of comparatively little importance in itself, is useful as serving to mark the beginning of a new epoch in the history of Ireland. With it, the long period of inaction came to a close, and a period of active intervention leading to a final conquest and settlement of the country began. It was the first step towards what was called the recovery of Ireland. Starting at this point, it will be the object of the present chapter to sketch in broad outlines the history of this recovery down to the eve of the Great Rebellion, and to show how a policy of its inception, essentially conciliatory, gradually, and to all appearance, inevitably developed into one of a directly opposite tendency. On being informed that the Parliament had conferred upon him the title of King of Ireland, Henry remarked with much rudeness that it behoved his good subjects in that kingdom to see to it that his revenues were made sufficient to maintain the state of the same. For the guidance of his Lord Deputy and Council, he would have them observe that Irishmen and the lands they occupy were to be divided into two classes. First, those whom, like O'Reilly, O'Connor and the Kavanaghs, we take to lie so far upon the danger of our power as you may easily bring them to any reasonable conditions. Secondly, those like O'Donnell and O'Brien, whom we think to lie so far from our strength there as without a greater force it will be difficult to expel them out of their country, and to keep and to inhabit the same with such as we would therefore unto appoint. Consequently, in entering into any agreements with them, it was necessary to bear this fact in mind. For the first mentioned, they might follow the precedent set in the case of Turlough O'Toole, who was to receive a grant of a district of Faircullen in Tail Mail, by the service of one knight's fee and an annual rent of 5 marks, on consenting to keep the castle of Powerscourt in good repair, to cause the inhabitants of his land to use the English language and habits according to the best of his ability, to keep no cairn without permission, to levy no black rents, coin or livery, to preserve open the passes through the woods and the mountains, to answer the king's writ, and to attend the deputy with his men whenever required to do so. As for those great lords whose countries lay remote from the seat of government, they were to try to persuade them, on condition of receiving full possession of their lands, to consent to the surrender of some town or stronghold in the same, to pay a certain subsidy or rent, to hold their lands by knight's service, whereby their children shall be our wards and after sue out their liveries, and finally to agree to the suppression of such religious houses as might happen to be in their countries. Nevertheless, added Henry, because we be desirous once again to experiment their faiths, we would you should not overmuch press them in any vigorous sort, but only to persuade them discreetly upon consideration that the lands they have be our proper inheritance, besides our right and title to the whole land, and what honour, quite benefit, and commodity they shall have by such an end to be made with us, and what danger may come to them, if they embrace not this our special grace showed unto them, to induce them gently to condescend to that which shall be reasonably desired of them. Such then were the lines in which Henry proposed to effect the recovery of Ireland and the reduction of the country to good order and civility. Of transplantation and extirpation there was as yet not one word spoken or implied. Sober ways, politic drifts, and amiable persuasions, these were to be the means by which Irishmen were to be induced to abandon their barbarous life and to conform to the laws of England. Immediate success seemed likely to crown Henry's policy. One by one the Irish chieftains, from the Earl of Desmond in the south to Con O'Neill in the north, came in and signed indentures of submission, in which they promised for themselves and those under their authority to acknowledge Henry as their sovereign lord and king and supreme head of the church in Ireland under Christ, to live conformably to the laws of England, to hold their lands as from the crown, paying therefore an annual rent in the name of a subsidy, to renounce all black rents and illegal exactions, to attend Parliament personally whenever summoned to do so, to accompany the king or his deputy on all hostings, to keep the passes bordering on the English districts open, and to rebuild all ruined parish churches in the countries assigned to them. The terms of the indentures were somewhat varied in order to meet particular circumstances. Those recited were those to which Con O'Neill bound himself, but in all cases the renunciation of the papal authority was made compulsory, which, says Sir John Davis, I conceive to be worth the noting, because when the Irish had once resolved to obey the king, they made no scruple to renounce the Pope. Striking while the iron was hot, St. Leger persuaded O'Neill, McWilliams, and O'Brien to go to England, whereupon Henry was pleased to confer upon them the rank and title of Earls of Tyrone, Clanricarde, and Thomond respectively, granting them at the same time letters patent of the countries claimed by them, and bestowing on each of them a house and lands near Dublin for their entertainment during their attendance on Parliament. The problem seemed to have been solved. Ireland, so long the scene of bloodshed and anarchy, appeared at last to have found rest and to be on the point of entering upon an era of peace and prosperity. If only this same may be continued but to descents, then is this land for ever reformed, ejaculated St. Leger. Thanks be to God, wrote Sir Thomas Cusack, this land was never, by our remembrance in so good case, known nothing like for honest obedience, and after that cometh the profit to the King's Majesty, if they continue in this quietness they be in at this instant. We confess, testified the Earls of Desmond, Thomond, and Tyrone, and divers other Irish lords who had come to Dublin to witness St. Leger's departure, there lives not any in Ireland, were he of the age of Nestor, who has seen this country in a more peaceful state. Knowing as we do how fallacious these hopes were to prove, and how far Ireland was from being actually won, it is worth while to inquire into the causes of the failure of Henry's policy. In tracing the history of the relations between England and Ireland, and in endeavouring to account for that deep-rooted antipathy on the part of the latter to the former, which has constantly frustrated every effort at conciliation, historians have naturally laid special emphasis on the fatal consequences of the wars of religion and extirpation waged by Elizabeth and her successors. But though both circumstances have undoubtedly served to complicate the problem, and indeed alter its entire complexion, they can hardly be regarded as adequate to explain the failure of a policy which touched neither the land nor the religion of the Irish. The solution of the difficulty must be looked for in another direction. In 1541, Ireland presented an open field for constructive statesmanship. Theoretically, Henry's policy was neither ill-conceived nor ill-adapted to accomplish the object he had in view. Unfortunately, it was impracticable. It was an attempt to solve a problem by ignoring the main factor in it. What Henry had to deal with was not individuals, but a system. To treat O'Donnell, O'Connor, O'Neill and the rest of the Irish chiefs as proprietors of the land in which they possessed only a life interest was altogether to mistake the nature of the problem that confronted him. Over nearly the whole of Ireland, service and not land formed the basis of the social system. All those indentures of submission on which such store was set were in reality only so much waste parchment. Doubtless, the intention was good. Doubtless O'Neill and the rest would gladly have converted their unstable life interests into firm feudal tenures, but this was precisely what they were unable to do. The mistake was a natural one. Henry did not see, or seeing, he thought he could disregard the difference between a feudal baron and the chief of a clan. The history of the next 100 years was to show that the life of the clan was something quite independent of the life of its chief. The latter might come and go, but nothing short of extirpation could put an end to the former. All that Henry's policy had the effect of doing was to open still wider the door for domestic intrigue within the circle of the clan itself. But this it was reserved for the future to reveal. For the present, when St. Leger left Ireland in 1546, everything seemed to betoken clear and settled weather. The little cloud gathering over Leix and Offaly was too insignificant to disturb the equanimity even of the most sceptical. Henry's activity in Ireland had not failed to attract the attention of the astute politician who occupied the chair of St. Peter, Paul III. We have already seen how the construction placed by the papacy on the so-called donation of Adrian had been a main cause in bringing about the alteration of the royal title. But a new power had recently sprung into existence, of which Paul did not fail to perceive the significance and which he proceeded to turn to instant account. The foundation of the Society of Jesus by Ignatius Loyola and its part in the movement known as the Counter-Reformation has already been discussed in a previous chapter of this work. Here it is sufficient to note that the foundation of the new order was exactly contemporaneous with the viceroyalty of St. Leger. In a letter addressed to Con O'Neill on April 24, 1541, Paul, after referring to the pitch of impiety to which Henry's contempt of God's honour had brought Ireland, announced his intention of taking that land under his own fatherly protection. To this end, he had to appoint John Tudors and Alfonso Salmeron, the latter one of the earliest of Loyola's recruits and afterwards prominent at the Council of Trent, to proceed thither to confirm the inhabitants in the true faith. Before the expedition could start, Tudors died, but his place was speedily filled by Pascal Bruet, and to them Francesco Zapata was added as secretary. In the instructions given, they were commanded to be all things to all men, fighting the devil with his own weapons, chary in speaking, constant in good deeds, seeking to win souls by kindness rather than repel them by excessive reproofs of them, to avoid meddling with money, spending whatever they received in alms by the hands of others, and finally to correspond regularly and frequently with the Holy See. Quitting Rome on September 10th, the three missionaries, after narrowly escaping imprisonment in France, reached the court of St. James V of Scotland, and it would seem early in January of the following year. Receiving letters of commendation from him to O'Neill and other Irish princes, they managed to gain the coast of Ulster in safety. The bleak and inhospitable aspect of the country, together with the wild and savage appearance of its inhabitants, struck a chill into their very souls. The ruined churches, the deserted cloisters told their own story. Their piety and charity made some impression on the common people, but the knowledge that the government had information of their arrival, and that the Irish chiefs were more likely to hand them over to St. Leger than to listen to their ministrations, compelled them constantly to change their abode. After wandering about disconsolately for several weeks and seeing little good likely to accrue from their efforts, they succeeded with difficulty in effecting their escape to Scotland. So ended the first Jesuit enterprise in Ireland. It was a complete failure. Almost 20 years were to elapse before a second attempt was made. As Henry's conversion to Protestantism had been the result rather of political causes than of any religious grievances as had brought about the religious revolt in Germany, so it was hardly to be expected that his innovations in religion should have borne any other character than that of a mere state transaction. A number of acts were passed conferring on him the title of Supreme Head of the Church, diverting certain sources of revenue from the papal into the royal treasury, and sanctioning the suppression of religious houses. Beyond this, nothing was attempted in Ireland. No doubt even so much was not accomplished without opposition, but the opposition was of a purely formal nature, entailing neither persecution nor martyrdom for conscience' sake. A few images were knocked down in some churches, and their places supplied by English translations of the Lord's Prayer, the Creed and the Ten Commandments. A new form of confession was promulgated, in which the power of the Pope to grant absolution for sin was directly impugned. But the Mass still continued to be set forth in the Latin tongue, invocations to be addressed to the Virgin, and prayers to be offered up for the dead. Between the Archbishop of Dublin, George Browne, who represented the extreme wing of the reforming party, and George Cromer, Archbishop of Armagh, who headed the opposition, probably the only essential article of differences was that of the royal supremacy, and even in this respect Cromer was prudent enough not to offer anything more than a sort of passive resistance. For the people generally, the question of the spiritual supremacy was a matter of absolute indifference. O'Donnell, O'Neill, O'Brien, and the rest of the Irish chiefs had, as we have seen, made no scruple about renouncing allegiance to the Pope or of accepting grants of conventual property. Their clansmen, even if they heard anything of the matter, neither cared nor understood anything at all about it. A reformation implies something to be reformed, but outside the pale there was nothing worthy of being called a church. To say that the Irish had relapsed into a state of heathenism is perhaps going too far. The tradition of Christian belief still survived, but it was a lifeless, useless thing. What the Irish needed was not reformation or conversion, but, if we may employ a modern phraseology, a religious revival. We shall have occasion to notice how this need was met, not by the properly constituted authorities of the state church, but by the missionary enterprise of the priests. Perhaps in no other country in the world were the efforts of the Counter-Reformation productive of more important or lasting consequences than in Ireland. As the reign of Henry VIII drew to a close, the little cloud of rebellion which had been gathering over the western borders of the Pale showed signs of bursting, and the son of Jane Seymour had hardly mounted his father's throne than Brian O'Connor and Gilpatrick O'Moore, the chiefs of two important clans occupying the eastern parts of what was subsequently known as the King's and Queen's counties, rose in arms. It is not always easy to offer a plausible reason for Irish insurrection, probably because a plausible reason does not always exist. But in this case, sympathy with the exiled head of the House of Kildare and the disappointed ambition of Brian O'Connor, who had vainly hoped for terms as favourable as those accorded to O'Neill and O'Brien, evidently cooperated with a feeling of insecurity on O'Connor's part, owing to the intrigues of his brother Cahir and of general dissatisfaction at the recent proceedings of government. The rebellion was speedily suppressed. Leix and Offaly were laid waste with fire and sword, and a settlement of two countries was taken in hand. But the project adopted in 1551 of granting leases for 21 years to a number of gentlemen of the Pale and loyal natives proved a complete failure. The inducements offered the former were inadequate to tempt more than a very few to risk the hardships and dangers of what could only be regarded as the occupation of hostile territory. A proposal was made to convert the leaseholders into copyholders, but no definite progress was made till after the passing of an act in Queen Mary's reign entitling the Crown to Leix and Offaly, erecting those countries into shire ground as Queen's County and King's County respectively, and authorising the Lord Deputy, the Earl of Sussex, to give and grant to all and every their Majesties' subjects, English or Irish-born, such several estates in fee simple, fee tail, leases for term of years, life or lives, As for more sure planting and strength of the counties with good subjects shall be thought unto his vision and discretion meet and convenient. Even then, owing to a fresh rebellion of the two clans, several more years elapsed before the Earl of Sussex found himself in a position to proceed with the plantation. In 1563-4, however, a number of grants in capite averaging between 300 and 400 acres each were made to certain natives, on whose loyalty it was thought reliance could be placed, and to some 40 gentlemen belonging to the Pale. No distinction was made on account of religion, Catholics being equally eligible with Protestants. Nor were there any clause in their patents preventing the employment of Irish on their estates, though the grantees were held responsible for the good behaviour of any Irish so employed, and forbidden to intermarry with them. The plantation struck root, but more than half a century passed away before the settlers could be said to be in tranquil possession of their lands. 18 several times during that period did the O'Moores and O'Connors try by force of arms to recover their independence, each attempt in turn being repressed with great loss of life and a fresh confiscation of property. Of those estated by Sussex, hardly any remained at the close of the 16th century. In 1609 both clans were so reduced that Lord Deputy Chichester proposed to remove them bodily into a corner of County Kerry. The transplantation was effected only with difficulty, and a year or two later it was found that a number of the clansmen had returned to their old haunts, living as ploughmen and labourers on lands they had once called their own. But their power was broken, and though one of them, Rory O'Moore, was destined to play a prominent part in the rebellion of 1641, they had long ceased to cause anxiety either to the government or the settlers. In 1622, a commission appointed to inquire into the state of the plantation reported that, as it was well begun, so it had prosperously continued, and is for the most part well built and peopled by the English, and a great strength to the country, and ready for your Majesty's service and their own defence. End of section 59. Read by Neil Martin, Dublin, 9th of the 4th, 2021. Section 60 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 18, Ireland to the Settlement of Ulster by Dunlop, Part 2. In no instance was the failure of Henry's Irish policy more apparent than in his dealings with the O'Neills of Tyrone. The O'Neills have always been one of the most powerful clans in Ireland, apart from the territory directly occupied by them, comprising of the modern counties of Armagh, Tyrone, and the greater part of Londonderry. They exercised an undefined supremacy over the McMahons in Monaghan, the Maguires in Fermanagh, and the O'Cahans in the north of Londonderry. A branch from the original clan had established itself in County Antrim, and for years there had been a standing dispute with the O'Donnells of Tyrconnell as to the overlordship of Inextricably. According to the agreement arrived at in 1543, Con O'Neill, in return for his acknowledgement of Henry's supremacy and consent to hold his lands, or more properly those of his clan immediately from the crown, had been created Earl of Tyrone, with succession to his eldest son, Matthew or Fedora, created Baron of Dungannon. The agreement, as we have observed, was regarded by the clan as invalid, inasmuch as Con had no power to surrender lands which did not belong to him. This was, however, not its only defect. Matthew, though Con's eldest son, was illegitimate. These two facts cooperated to upset the agreement. Shortly after Henry's death, the discontent which Con's action had created came to a point, the malcontents finding an able and determined leader in the person of Con's eldest legitimate son, Shane O'Neill. At the time when the agreement was signed, Shane was a mere boy of 14, whence probably the preferences shown for Matthew by government, which can hardly have been unaware of his illegitimacy. Shane had now attained to manhood, and he speedily let it be seen that he was determined by every means in his power to assert his position as first favourite of the clan. In 1551, the struggle between the rival parties attained such dimensions that government was obliged to intervene. But despite the assistance rendered to the Baron of Dungannon, Shane not merely managed to hold his own, but in 1557 had grown strong enough to expel his father and brother, who were obliged to seek safety in the Pale. His success inspired him with the hope of establishing his supremacy over the whole of Ulster, and taking advantage of a tribal dispute which had arisen among his neighbours, the O'Donnells, he invaded Tyrconnell. But at Carrigley, near Strabane, he was surprised by Calva O'Donnell and his army routed. Con O'Neill was in consequence restored, but the clansmen remained firm to the chief of their choice, and the Earl was once more compelled to retire into the Pale, where he shortly afterwards died. Chance about the same time placed the Baron of Dungannon in Shane's power, and whether he was murdered or killed in combat is immaterial. Shane's hands were free. Such was the position of affairs in Ulster shortly after Elizabeth ascended the throne. The question for her to decide was whether, in the interests of peace and economy, she would consent to recognise Shane as his father's legal successor, or whether, feeling herself bound in honour to uphold the agreement with Con, she would support the claims of Brian, the late Baron of Dungannon's eldest son. Considerations of economy triumphed, but Shane was no roi fainéant, and his determination not to surrender one iota of the power exercised by his predecessors over his urras or subordinate chiefs soon led to a breach between him and Elizabeth. In August 1560, the Queen revoked her decision in his favour and authorised the restoration of Brian. Preparations were accordingly made to reduce Shane by force, and in June 1561 the Earl of Sussex invaded Tyrone. Failing, however, to inveigle Shane into giving battle, Sussex harried his country and, leaving a garrison in Armagh Cathedral, retired. Shane, who had recently got possession of Calva O'Donnell and his wife, now professed his readiness to submit his cause personally to Elizabeth, but insisted on the withdrawal of the garrison from Armagh as an essential preliminary. To this the government refused to consent, and after some futile negotiation, Shane, accompanied by the Earls of Kildare and Ormond, repaired to England, arriving in London on January 4th, 1562. 2 days later he submitted publicly to Elizabeth. Being interrogated as to his claims, he insisted that he was the eldest legitimate son of Con O'Neill, and was designated O'Neill by joint consent of the nobility and the people. The surrender made by Con, he maintained, was invalid, for as much as Con had no estate in that which he surrendered but for life, nor could surrender it without the consent of the nobility and people by whom he was elected to honour of O'Neill. For the Crown it was argued that Matthew, the late Baron of Dungannon, and his son Brian claimed by letters patent and not by legitimation, and that the agreement arrived at was by right of conquest. It was impossible to reconcile views so divergent, but in the hope that time or accident might furnish a solution of the difficulty, Shane continued to be detained in London on one pretext or another. Early in April, however, it came to Cecil's ears that the Spanish ambassador de Quadra was intriguing with him, and that Shane and several of his retainers had been secretly attending Mass at the Spanish embassy. A week or two later it was reported that Brian had been waylaid and murdered by order of Turlioch Lunioch O'Neill, Shane's cousin, and tenest or successor presumptive to the chieftainship. Whether this accident had relieved the situation remained to be seen, but it was felt desirable to get rid of Shane at all costs. Accordingly, after reviewing his professions of obedience, he was acknowledged actual captain of Tyrone, with the general reservation of the rights of Matthew's youngest son, Hugh, afterwards Earl of Tyrone, and allowed to return home. Boasting of his diplomatic victory he had won, Shane no sooner found himself back in his own country than he was at once resumed his project of making himself paramount in Ulster. Maguire and O'Reilly quickly succumbed before him, and keeping a tight hold on his prisoner Calva O'Donnell, he directed his attack once more against Tyrconnell. Government interposed a feeble protest, reminding him of his promise to submit his differences to arbitration and threatening force in case he did not comply. But the attempt of Sussex to put his threat in execution miscarried, and the government found itself forced to conclude peace with him at Drumcrew on September the 11th, 1563, on what were practically his own terms. Shortly afterwards, Calva O'Donnell, whose powers of endurance had been broken by 3 years of fearful imprisonment, offered to surrender Lifford, to renounce his claims to the overlordship of Inishowen, and to pay a heavy ransom, whereupon he was set at liberty. It soon appeared that he had promised more than he was able or perhaps intended to perform. Shane, however, managed to storm Lifford and about the same time to capture Calva's son Con. Having thus attained his object in the west, he soon afterwards directed his forces against the MacDonalds of the Isles, who had recently effected a settlement along the coasts of County Antrim. On May 2nd, 1565, he inflicted a crushing defeat on the Scots near Ballycastle, taking among other prisoners James MacDonald and his brother Sorley Boy. This victory placed Ulster practically at his feet. Still, Elizabeth hesitated to act with decision, though Sir Henry Sidney, who had succeeded Sussex as Lord Deputy, emphatically endorsed his predecessor's opinion that nothing but force would suffice to lower Shane's pride. Nor was it until she had satisfied herself through Sir Francis Knollys as to the situation being really critical that she reluctantly consented to draw the sword. Meanwhile, Shane, whose ambition had taken a higher flight in proportion to his success, was busily forming schemes of fresh aggrandizement. That he aimed at making himself the master of the whole of Ireland it is impossible to assert with confidence, but it must be remembered that he was only 36 years of age, and his success had hitherto been phenomenal. He was known to be intriguing with Mary Queen of Scots and the Earl of Argyll, and letters had been intercepted from him to Charles IX and the Cardinal of Lorraine, calling on them to assist him in expelling the English and promising for himself and his successors to become the humble subjects of the Crown of France. On August 3rd, 1566, he was proclaimed a traitor, and a month later a small English force under the command of Colonel Randolph effected a landing on the shores of Lough Foyle, where afterwards the city of Derry was built, with the object of cooperating from the rear with Sidney, who forthwith invaded Tyrone. Shane's country was laid waste with fire and sword, and his enemy Calva O'Donnell restored. But so far as material damage was concerned, the expedition proved a failure. In fact, no sooner had Sidney withdrawn than Shane began to concentrate his forces on the border of Tyrconnell. He was defeated by Randolph, but the death of the English commander and the subsequent withdrawal of the garrison at Derry again set his hands free. In May 1567, he once more invaded Tyrconnell, but this time he was defeated and his army almost annihilated by the O'Donnells in the neighbourhood of Letterkenny. Riding for dear life, he succeeded in reaching his own country. For a moment he thought of appealing to Sidney for mercy with a rope around his neck, but finally he decided on trying to come to terms with the MacDonalds. Taking his prisoner Sorley Boy with him, he made his way to Cushendun. Perhaps if he could have conducted himself with moderation, the Scots might have consented to a reconciliation. But in his wine cups he began to brawl, and was literally hacked in pieces by his enemies. His body, wrapped in a Cairns old shirt, was flung into a pit near the place of his assassination, and his head, pickled in a pipkin, was sent to Sidney. Still more serious were the troubles impending in the south and southwest. One day towards the latter end of January 1561, there arrived at Cork on a vessel coming from Bordeaux a man of unpretentious appearance. Beyond the clothes in which he stood, he apparently possessed nothing. His name, he would have told anyone who might have thought it worthwhile to ask, was David Wolfe, a native of the town of Limerick. Yet this same unpretentious-looking person, whom no one knew, was the bearer of a commission which entitled him to take precedence of every bishop and archbishop of the Church of Rome in Ireland. Nearly 20 years had passed since Alfonso Salmeron and his two companions, despairing of converting the natives of Ulster, had abandoned the task committed to them by Paul III of saving Ireland to the Holy See. In the meantime, neither the occupant of St. Peter's chair nor the supreme head of the Church, as by law appointed, had displayed much interest in the spiritual welfare of Ireland. There had indeed been considerable shuffling of the cards among the rulers of the land. Catholic had succeeded Protestant and Protestant Catholic, both in church and state, but to most Irishmen it was a matter of perfect indifference whether Edward VI or Mary or Elizabeth sat on the throne, or whether George Brown or George Dowdall or Hugh Corwin claimed the right to direct their consciences. How indeed could it have been otherwise, when more than half the country lay outside the control of the Crown, when 2/3 of the population could understand no other language but Irish, and when no attempt was made to translate the English service into the vernacular. In 1560, the new Pope Pius IV, in view of the fact that Elizabeth was beginning to bear herself openly as a heretic, conceived the project of trying to use Ireland as a stepping stone towards the recovery of England. To this end, he selected as his confidential emissary David Wolfe, a member of the Society of Jesus and an Irishman. His intention was to create Wolfe a bishop and to invest him with the dignity of papal nuncio, but he yielded to the advice of Leathes, who had succeeded Loyola as general of the order, and with the view of reducing the dangers of his task, confined himself to conferring on him powers equal to those of nuncio. The instructions given to Wolfe bade him use his influence with the Irish chiefs in forming a league for the defence of the Catholic faith, to make a careful survey of the church and clergy in each diocese, and to take what measures he thought best to propagate the faith and to prevent the spread of heresy. In his dealings with the people, he was not to soil his hands with money, even in the shape of alms, finding in the salvation of souls the only spring and reward for all his actions. Should the glory of God and the interest of religion demand it, he was cheerfully to risk his life, but in this, as in all other matters, he was to be guided by the rules of Christian prudence and to avoid all foolish temerity. Quitting Rome on August the 11th, 1560, Wolfe, after being arrested at Nantes as a Lutheran and losing all his baggage at sea, reached Cork, as we have seen, in safety on January the 20th, 1561. Having caused his arrival and the object of his mission to be announced with as little noise as possible, he was surprised in how short a time and from what remote parts the natives flocked to him in their anxiety to confess their sins and to obtain absolution for their irregular manner of life. Super incetris matrimonis, and undertaking a tour through the provinces of Munster and Connaught, he was grieved to find everything relating to religion in the utmost state of disorder. Many of the bishops had conformed and taken the oath of allegiance, and churches for the most part were mere heaps of ruins devoted to secular purposes, and the clergy were more familiar with the use of temporal than that of spiritual weapons. The Cathedral of Tuam, which for 300 years had served as a fortress for the Burkes, had recently been recovered by force of arms by Christopher Bodkin, the Archbishop, at great risk to his own life, but he, though a good man as the ways of the world went, had conformed. The Cathedral Church of Athenry was still used as a fortress by the gentry of the neighbourhood. Wolfe apparently at first made no attempt to visit Ulster, having probably little confidence in Shane O'Neill, whom he described as crudele et impio heretico. Leinster also, owing to the vigilance of the government, was close to him, and he was obliged to appoint one Thady Newman his deputy in that province. But though he was compelled to work in secret, the success of his mission was none the less assured. Before long, missionaries arrived, and if religion was perforce shorn of its splendour, the foundations of the Catholic faith were being none the less firmly laid in the devotion of the rising generation. The movement was warmly supported by Pius IV. In May 1564, he issued a bull, Dum Exquisita, authorising the erection of Catholic colleges with the privileges of a university in Ireland. The idea betrayed considerable ignorance of the real state of affairs in that country, for as Richard Crea, the newly consecrated Archbishop of Armagh, to whom with Wolfe the execution of the scheme was entrusted, pointed out, the English government, if unable to counteract the new propaganda, was perfectly capable of resisting any open attack on its authority, such as was implied in the creation of a university. Meanwhile, Salamanca, Douai and Louvain sufficed to meet the lack of a national training college. Each year, as it came, witnessed the establishment of some new centre for the propagation of the faith, and Munster before long was honeycombed by Jesuits. At first there was little or no persecution, but as the government began to appreciate the danger with which it was menaced, the honour of adding to the number of those who for conscience sake have willingly laid down their lives was not denied to the Irish mission. One of the earliest and most influential of Father Wolfe's adherents was James Fitzmaurice Fitzgerald, cousin German of Gerald XV, and since 1558 reigning Earl of Desmond. James Father Maurice of the Burnings, as he was called, had rendered excellent service to his brother, Gerald's father, the 14th Earl, by removing out of his way his rival James, the 13th Earl. He had been rewarded by a grant of the district of Kerry Currahee, but the friendly relations thus established between the two branches of the family had come to an end with the accession of Gerald, who evidently regarded his uncle as quite capable of playing the same trick on him as he had done on James, and it was soon noted that they were at hot wars with one another. Their quarrel did not, however, prevent Gerald, who had already acquired the reputation of being a person of turbulent disposition, from pursuing the traditional policy of his house towards his neighbours, the butlers. In 1560 a dispute arose between him and Thomas Butler, 10th Earl of Ormond, as to the duty on wines unshipped at Youghal and Kinsale, and as to certain debatable lands on the River Suir, into which Desmond swore that Ormond had entered by force. The dispute, conducted in the usual Irish fashion, terminated for the time being in the defeat and capture of Desmond by Ormond at the ford of Fain in February 1565. Both earls were summoned to England, and after, with difficulty, being brought to enter into recognizance of 20,000, each to abide by Elizabeth's decision in the matter, they were allowed to return home in February 1566. Early in the following year, Sir Henry Sidney, being then Lord Deputy, visited Munster and delivered judgment in favour of Ormond, whereat the Earl of Desmond did not a little stir and fell into some disallowable heats and passions. Fearing he would rebel, Sidney arrested him, and in the meanwhile, till the Queen's pleasure was known, appointed his brother Sir John captain of Desmond. Shortly afterwards Sidney left Ireland. During his absence, the Lord Justices Weston and Fitzwilliam, acting on instructions from England, inveigled Sir John to Dublin, and having got him in their hands, shipped him and his brother, the Earl, off to England, where they were promptly placed in the Tower. The arrest of Sir John was, as Sidney remarked, a fatal mistake, inasmuch as it made James Fitzmaurice practically master of the situation in Munster. That the latter was already cooperating with the Jesuits there can be hardly any doubt, but it was not until he heard that Sidney had returned to Ireland in September 1568 without bringing with him either the Earl or his brother that he openly assumed the position of leader of the Munster Geraldines. The blessing of the Church rested upon him. In 1569, Maurice Fitzgibbon, titular Archbishop of Cashel, escorted with solemn pomp by Fitzmaurice from Cashel to the sea, sailed from Ireland as the accredited agent of the Southern Confederates to the Court of Spain and the Vatican. They had charged him with the commission of imploring His Holiness to take their afflicted island under his special protection, and of offering to acknowledge as their legitimate sovereign any Catholic prince of the Royal House of Spain or Burgundy whom Philip might appoint for that purpose. A few months after his departure, Fitzmaurice raised the standard of rebellion. It is unreasonable to question his sincerity in giving a religious colouring to the war, though there was perhaps some truth in the Countess of Desmond's assertion that he had rebelled in order to bring her husband into further displeasure and to usurp all his inheritance by the example of his father. Probably both motives cooperated. His policy evidently was to build up a strong anti-English and Catholic party, and by constituting himself its head to render an alliance with him an object of importance to the Catholic powers of Europe. The adhesion of Sir Edmund and Sir Edward Butler, brothers of the Earl of Ormond, who had their own grievances, greatly strengthened him. In June he invaded Kerry Currahee, and having stormed the Castle Abbey of Tracton, sat down before Cork, promising the mayor and cooperation never to depart until they agreed to abolish out of that city the old heresy newly raised and invented. By the time Sidney could take the field against him, towards the latter end of July, the flame of the rebellion had spread as far eastward as Kilkenny. But it soon appeared of what unstable material the Confederacy was composed. By the exertion of the Earl of Ormond, the Butlers were detached from the alliance. Their example was followed by Sir Thomas of Desmond, the Earl's half-brother, and Fitzmaurice, driven to depend upon his own resources, was ere-long forced to seek shelter in the forest of Aherlow. Months passed away without any sign of assistance coming from abroad. Months lengthened into years, and still Fitzmaurice managed to evade every effort to capture him. Fearing he might escape to the continent, Sir John Perrott at last consented to hold out an offer of pardon to him, and accordingly, on February the 23rd, 1573, Fitzmaurice, taking the point of the Lord President's sword next to his heart in token that he had received his life at the Queen's hands, submitted himself unto her mercy, swearing solemnly to be and to continue a true subject unto the Queen and Crown of England. So well did he act his part that Perrott almost believed he was likely to prove a second St. Paul. The rebellion had failed. Nevertheless, the hopes of the Irish Catholics ran high. Hardly had the massacre of St. Bartholomew been perpetrated when it was known that all the priests and friars in Connacht, whereat there was great rejoicing. Emissaries of the Pope swarmed everywhere, openly preaching sedition, those in Galway, it was said, carrying themselves as though the Pope were the King of England and Ireland. Government retaliated by severe measures of repression, and on March the 16th, 1575, Edmund O'Donnell, a native of Limerick and a member of the Society of Jesus, was hanged and quartered at Cork for bringing letters from Gregory XIII to Fitzmaurice. But the difficulties and dangers of the Irish mission only served to stimulate the zeal and increase the number of its votaries. About a month after Fitzmaurice had submitted, the Earl of Desmond, having sworn to obey the laws of the realm of both church and state, was allowed to return to Ireland, much to Perrott's indignation, who thought him a man rather meet to keep bedlam than to come to a new reformed country. His opinion was shared by the Irish government, and immediately on his arrival at Dublin, Desmond was detained there on one pretext or another till the beginning of November, when he managed to escape into his own country. Within a month he, without actually committing any overt act of rebellion, effectually destroyed every trace of Perrott's government. Refusing to be warned, Sir William Fitzwilliam of the Earl of Ormond invaded his country in August 1574. Derrinlore Castle was captured without much difficulty, and Desmond, recognising the futility of further resistance, submitted on September the 2nd. But it was evident he was merely temporising. Only a week later he made over all his lands to Lord Dunboyne, Lord Power, and Sir John Fitzedmund Fitzgerald of Cloyne, in trust for himself and his wife during their joint lives, with provision for his daughters and remainder to his son James. Whether he was acting in conjunction with his cousin Fitzmaurice, it is hard to say, though it may be suspected. Certainly it is that in March of the following year, Fitzmaurice, accompanied by his wife and family and his relatives, the White Knight and the Seneschal of Imolcally, escaped to the continent, whence it was shrewdly conjectured he would shortly return at the head of a Catholic army. The situation was indeed critical. Catholicism was making the most alarming progress. Every year the natives were becoming more enthusiastic in the cause, and it was not without good reason that the English officials in Munster expressed their belief that a foreign invasion would be followed by a general insurrection. The proud and undutiful inhabitants of this town, wrote Sir William Drury from Waterford in April 1577, are so cankered in popery, undutiful to Her Majesty, slandering the gospel publicly as well this side of the sea and beyond in England, that they fear not God nor man. Masses infinite they have in their several churches every morning without any fear. I have spied them, for I chanced to arrive last Sunday at 5 of the clock in the morning, and I saw them resort out of the churches by heaps. This is shameful in a reformed city, but I judge them rather enemies than subjects. Drury's observations are confirmed by Edmund Tanner, Catholic Bishop of Cork, who later in the same year wrote that many of the nobility and inhabitants were being received into the bosom and unity of the Church. And many more, he added, will be reclaimed if the present persecution and deprivation of life, liberty and property prove not too strong for them. The conquest of Ireland by Fitzmaurice was to be the grand consummation of all this preparation. Ireland won was to be the stepping stone to the recovery of England. Meanwhile, Fitzmaurice himself, after failing to persuade either Catherine de Medici or Philip II to intervene actively in Irish affairs, had gained the sympathy of Gregory XIII. The crown of Ireland, which had been declined for Henry III and Don John of Austria, was accepted by the Pope for his nephew Giacomo Buoncompagni. A plan for the invasion of Ireland was soon afoot, the execution of which was entrusted to the notorious adventurer Sir Thomas Stukeley. Early in 1578, Stukeley sailed from Civitavecchia with 800 men, but putting in at Lisbon for repairs, he was persuaded to join his forces to those of Sebastian of Portugal against Abdulmelek, Emperor of Morocco, and a few months later met his death on the fatal field of Alcazar. Undeterred by this disaster and encouraged by the presence and advice of Dr. Nicholas Sanders, the author of the once famous book De Origine et Progressu Schismatis Anglicani, who had thrown himself heart and soul into the enterprise and accompanied him as papal legate, Fitzmaurice, having collected together with much difficulty a motley crew of Spaniards, Italians, Portuguese, Flemings, refugee Irish and renegade English, set sail from Ferrol in Galicia on June 17, 1579. A month later he landed at the coast of Kerry and at once began to entrench himself in Smerwick harbour, pending the arrival of reinforcements. His first business was to publish a proclamation justifying his expedition and calling upon the Irish to rise in defence of their religious liberties. He then proceeded on a pilgrimage to Holy Cross Abbey in Tipperary. On his way thither he was killed in a petty skirmish with the burghs of Castleconnell. His death threatened the collapse of the whole enterprise, but whether moved by Fitzmaurice's death or by the eloquence of Sanders, the Earl of Desmond, after some hesitations, now assumed the position which circumstances and his own ambition marked out for him of head of the rebellion. He was proclaimed a traitor on November the 2nd, and finding himself irretrievably committed, he attacked and sacked Youghal. The end of the month was near before Sir William Pelham and the Earl of Ormond could take the field against him, but their vengeance was swift and terrible. During the winter, castle after castle belonging to him or his allies was captured and went up in flames. The sword, famine and pestilence thinned the ranks of his retainers, and as month after month went by with nothing but promises of assistance from abroad, their hearts sank within them, and they openly cursed the Earl, his brother John, and Dr. Sanders for the evil that had befallen them. The flame of the rebellion seemed to be expiring, when the unexpected rising of James Eustace, Viscount Baltinglass, added fresh fuel to the fire. Did Baltinglass stand alone, or was his rising to be taken as a sign that the nobility of the Pale, Catholics almost to a man, and not without grievances of their own, were beginning to move? Sanders and Sir John of Desmond flew to join him. On August the 12th, the new deputy, Arthur Lord Grey de Wilton, landed at Dublin. A fortnight later he attacked Baltinglass and his ally Fiach McHugh O'Byrne at Glenmalure in County Wicklow, but was repulsed with heavy loss. The effect of his defeat was tremendous. For a moment it seemed as if a general rebellion was imminent. In the midst of the excitement came the news that the long-expected Spaniards had succeeded in effecting a landing on the coast of Kerry, where they had been instantly joined by the Earl, his brother John, Sanders and Baltinglass. It was an anxious time for every English official, especially for Grey, whose foolhardiness had been chiefly responsible for the crisis. But the feeling of consternation passed away when it found that Ormond was quite capable of holding his own in Munster, and that the northern chieftains showed no sign of using the opportunity to strike a blow for themselves. Towards the end of October, Grey marched to Ormond's assistance. The invaders had entrenched themselves on a narrow slip of land jutting out of the Bay of Smerwick. Before them lay the English army, behind them the English fleet, cutting off their retreat by sea. On November the 8th, Grey opened his batteries. 2 days later the fort surrendered, and 600 men composing the garrison were put to the sword. The back of the rebellion was broken. Early in the following year, 1581, Dr. Sanders died at Clonlish, worn out with disappointment and disease. A few months later, Baltinglass escaped to the continent. His ally, Fiach McHugh, having submitted, was pardoned. Before the year was out, the body of Sir John of Desmond was dangling over the gates of Cork. Only the Earl of Desmond remained, and for him there was no hope. At last, after many hairbreadth escapes, he too was captured and put to death on November the 11th, 1583, exactly 3 years after the tragedy at Fort Delore. But long before that time, the war had lost the character given to it by Fitzmaurice and Sanders, and had become one of extirpation, pure and simple. End of section 60. Read by Neil Martin, Dublin, 24th of the 4th, 2021. Section 61 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org, Chapter 18. Ireland to the Settlement of Ulster by Dunlop, Part 3. The death of the Earl of Desmond, his subsequent attainder, and that of his principal adherents, placed at the disposal of the English government about 500,000 of some of the most fertile soil in Munster. These lands it was proposed to plant with English colonists. The opportunity seemed to be a favourable one. Many of the natives had fallen by the sword. Infinitely more had perished from famine and pestilence. It was calculated that in 1582 at least 30,000 men, women and children had died within half a year, chiefly of starvation. But it was just this fact that seemed to promise well for the success of the plantation. In the case of Leek Xenophily, every inch of soil had to be contested by the colonists. Here, on the other hand, was a wide stretch of country, providentially, as it seemed, cleared for the reception of new settlers. Much valuable time was lost before any progress could be made with the plantation, owing to the necessity of taking an approximate survey of the extent and quality of the lands at the disposal of the Crown. And it was not until the beginning of 1586 that a plot of Her Majesty's offers for the peopling of Munster was published, and letters were addressed to the younger houses of gentlemen, pointing out what a benefit it would be to them to obtain lands on such easy conditions as were set down in the plot, and to have the manroad of so many families and the disposing of so many good holdings being a thing fit for gentlemen of good behaviour and credit, and not for any man of inferior calling. Even then, there were many obstacles to be overcome before any actual progress could be made with the plantation. A more accurate survey to be undertaken, claims of alleged freeholders to be disposed of, alterations to be made in the plot itself, etc. At last, however, on June 27, 1586, the Queen's consent having been obtained for the amended plot, a beginning was made with the plantation. According to the scheme as finally approved, the land was to be allotted into parcels, known as seigneuries, of 12,000, 8,000, 6,000 and 4,000 acres. In the case of a seigneury of 12,000 acres, every gentleman undertaker was to establish 6 farmers with 400 acres each, 6 freeholders with 300 acres each, 42 copyholders with 100 acres each, and finally 36 families holding at least 1,500 acres each. For manzanny terms, and so proportionately were the smaller seigneuries. The allotments were to be held in free sacage at the yearly rent commencing from Michaelmas 1590 of £33, 6 shillings and 8 pence. In Cork, Tipperary and Waterford, £62, 10 shillings. In Limerick, £75. In Canelo and £100 in Kerry and Desmond for every entire seigneury of 12,000 acres. Bogs and wastelands were not to be reckoned as part of the rented grounds, and for the convenience of the undertakers they were to be allowed to plant in companies, so that the ties formed in England might not be severed in Ireland. No restrictions were made in point of religion, it being evidently assumed that none but Protestants would be admitted as undertakers. But it was stipulated that no undertaker should make alienation of his estate to the mere Irish, that the heads of every family planted should be of English birth, and that their heirs female should marry with none but persons of English parents under pain of forfeiting their estates. Finally, it was ordered that no estate larger than 12,000 acres should be granted to any single undertaker, while for the sake of mutual defence against the Irishry and invaders, each farmer and freeholder was to have in readiness 1 light horse with man and furniture, the principal undertakers each 3 horsemen and 6 footmen, and every copyholder furniture for 1 footman. Among those who volunteered and were accepted as undertakers were some illustrious names: Raleigh, Norris, Hatton, Grenville, Spencer, Herbert, Bourchier. A number of would-be colonists came over in August, but finding no prospect of a speedy settlement, returned to England. The situation was indeed very discouraging. Everybody knew that the large quantities of land had escheated to the Crown, but where these lands lay, what their exact scope was, how much of them was arable, how much waste, and how far they were encumbered with legal obligations of one sort or another, was largely a matter of guesswork. By the end of December, only 63,000 acres had been measured and drawn into plots. The undertakers began to grow impatient, and at this rate it was evident another year would elapse before they could be put in possession. In consequence of their remonstrances, orders were issued on February 1587 to cause the said survey to be prosecuted out of hand in a more speedy and superficial sort, which it was found might be done without hindrance either to Her Majesty or the undertakers, for that the chiefest of them have already by mutual accord between themselves agreed what special seigneuries or smaller parcels shall be allotted to each of them. Encouraged by the prospect of at last getting to work, several undertakers arrived in the spring of the same year, bringing with them a number of colonists, to whom they had promised to assign lands as farmers or freeholders. Everything was, however, left to individual enterprise, and so it happened that while a few undertakers, like Sir William Herbert, set about energetically planting their estates, others, like Sir Walter Raleigh, after inspecting their properties, left the management of them to agents, or, like Sir Christopher Hatton, did not take the trouble to visit the country at all. The apathy of some naturally crippled the exertions of the more industrious undertakers. Nor was this the only danger that threatened the plantation. Owing to defective delimitation of their seigneuries, dissensions broke out among the undertakers themselves, of which the Irish were not slow to take advantage, by pretending titles to lands already in the possession of the Crown. Until these titles were disposed of and the limits of their seigneuries accurately defined, it was impossible for the undertakers to pass their parents or to estate their farmers and freeholders. Meanwhile, in order to recoup themselves of their losses, they were only too glad to accept as their tenants at rack rents those natives who, having fled before the storm, were flocking back to their old haunts. So manifold were the complaints that the government thought it necessary in 1589 to institute an inquiry into the progress of the plantation. The result of the inquiry was not encouraging. A few of the undertakers, it appeared, were struggling manfully to carry out the conditions of their grants, but the majority were merely trying to make as much profit out of their estates as possible without any regard to the Irish or the future welfare of the colony. Our pretext, wrote Sir William Herbert, in the enterprise of plantation was to establish in these parts piety, justice in habitation and civility, with comfort and good example to the parts adjacent. Our drift now is, being here possessed of land, to extort, make the state of things turbulent, and to live by prey and by pay. Nothing, however, was done to repair the mischief. Consequently, when the storm came, it was not long in coming. Its violence almost swept away the plantation. So far as the general situation of affairs in Ulster was concerned, the death of Shane O'Neill failed to produce the effect which was confidently expected from it. His cousin Turlough, who was a Tannist, naturally succeeded him, wrote apologisingly for his thoughtless behaviour in accepting the dignity of O'Neill, but as he displayed no intention of renouncing the honour, which according to his own account had been thrust upon him, it was not to be wondered at if little confidence was placed in his professions of loyalty. In other respects, however, Shane's death was not without important results, for hardly had Turlough succeeded to the chieftainship when he at once reversed Shane's policy of aggression by opening negotiations for a reconciliation with his neighbours, the O'Donnells, on the one side and the MacDonalds on the other. It seemed as if he was trying to do in the north what Fitzmaurice was doing in the south. To meet this danger, the late Baron of Dungannon's younger son, Hugh, was in 1568 brought over from England, whither he had been taken in order to save him from the fate that had befallen his elder brother, Brian, and was installed as chief of that part of Tyrone which corresponds to the modern county of Armagh. The policy of creating a rival to Turlough promised to answer its purpose, and for several years the young Baron of Dungannon, as he was styled, loyally and at considerable risk to himself enacted the part of a buffer between the Pale and Turlough. But after the failure of Walter Devereux, Earl of Essex, to oust the Hebridean Scots from their settlements in Antrim by establishing an English colony in those parts, Dungannon, feeling himself unequally matched, inclined to accept Turlough's offer of a reconciliation by marrying one of the latter's daughters. The strong remonstrances of Sir William Drury, however, coupled with the belief that he would not have long to wait till Turlough's death made him the undisputed master of Tyrone, prevented him from carrying out his undertaking, and was largely due to the attitude taken up by him at this time that the defeat of Lord Arthur Grey at Glenmalure in August 1580 did not have the disastrous consequences which might have attended it in the north. Dungannon's loyalty was not left unrewarded. He was given a troop of horse with which he served in Munster against the Irish. At his own request he was admitted Earl of Tyrone, and sat as such in the Parliament which passed the Act for the attainder of the Earl of Desmond and his relatives. Further, in consequence of an arrangement arrived at between Sir John Perrott and Turlough, he was put in possession of that part of Tyrone which lies between the Blackwater and Mullaghcairn mountain on condition of paying an annual rent to Turlough of 1,000 marks. Nevertheless, there can be little doubt that his loyalty was more a matter of policy than of good feeling, and the opinion was openly expressed that the state was raising up for itself in him a formidable enemy. On the other hand, it is questionable if his ambition at this time extended further than supplanting Turlough as chief of the O'Neills. He had succeeded in getting himself acknowledged as Tanist or heir apparent to the chieftainship, but the danger of a friendly understanding between him and Turlough had been obviated by Perrot's policy of rewarding his loyalty at the expense of his rival. For it was not to be expected that, having once been put in possession of Tyrone as far north of Mullaghcairn, he would ever consent to relax his hold on that territory. Ere long, Turlough himself recognised the fact and tried hard to withdraw from his bargain. Disputes arose as to the aggressions on the one side and non-payment of rent on the other, which, being conducted in the usual fashion, terminated in the defeat of Tyrone at Carriglea on May 1st, 1588, by the combined forces of Turlough and the O'Donnells. The result was regarded with satisfaction by the government. Nothing, remarked Perrott, had done so much good in the north these 9 years. Nevertheless, it was evident that despite his defeat, Tyrone was gradually winning the upper hand. Most of the principal men in the north were known to be of his party. His only formidable enemies, Turlough's only trusted allies, were the O'Donnells. A domestic revolution in Tyrconnell about this time not only rendered Tyrone paramount in his own country, but gave a new direction to his ambition. For some time past, the O'Donnells of Tyrconnell had been split into two parties, forming what might be called an English and an anti-English faction. Calva, Shane's old enemy, had belonged to the English faction. Shortly before his death in 1566, he had called his clansmen around him and adjured them to remain steadfast in their loyalty to Elizabeth. Unfortunately, at the time of his death, his eldest legitimate son, Con, was a prisoner in Shane's hands. The consequence was that Calva's half-brother, Sir Hugh, was elected chief. His election was more or less a victory for the anti-English faction, though the opposition of Calva's son, particularly of Hugh MacDilganach, prevented him pursuing any decided policy and constrained him to keep on good terms with Turlough O'Neill. As, however, Tyrone's star began to rise, Sir Hugh seized the opportunity to improve his position by contracting his daughter Joan in marriage to him. Thereupon Sir John Perrott, whose policy of balancing parties in the north was threatened by such an alliance, took the determined step of causing Sir Hugh's eldest son, Hugh Roe, to be kidnapped and carried off to Dublin. This was 1587. The defeat of Tyrone 6 months later at Carriglea appeared to have restored affairs completely to the status quo ante. Early in 1591, however, Hugh Roe managed to escape from Dublin Castle, and after several hairbreadth escapes succeeded, with the help of his brother-in-law, the Earl of Tyrone, in reaching Donegal in safety. His chief rival, Hugh MacDilganach, having died a violent death in the meanwhile, Hugh became a few months afterwards, through the resignation of his father, undisputed chief of the O'Donnells. He was then only about 20 years of age, but had already given evidence of possessing superior ability and great personal courage. Added to this, he was, like Fitzmaurice, a man of genuine religious feelings and an active ally of the Jesuits at work in the Counter-Reformation. It was not long before his influence began to make itself felt in Ulster politics. In May 1593, Turlough Luighnach, finding himself in danger of being crushed between him and Tyrone, consented to come to terms, and on being assured a life interest in the Strabane district, voluntarily surrendered the chieftainship to the latter. Tyrone's election as O'Neill and his alliance with O'Donnell led to serious consequences, and constitute the principal factor in the history of Ireland during the last decade of Elizabeth's reign. The characters of the two men presented a remarkable contrast to each other. O'Donnell, bold, enterprising, rash, and always acting on the offensive, disdainful of every weapon save the sword, and withal a sincere Roman Catholic. Tyrone, sly, cautious, timid, fertile in excuses, a past master in all the arts of diplomacy, and utterly indifferent to religion except in so far as it served to promote his political aims. One thing only they possessed in common: ambition to extend their power to its utmost limits. Of patriotism in the larger sense of the word, it is doubtful whether they ever realised the meaning. Neither aspired to become a leader of a united Ireland, neither would have submitted to the other becoming such. For Tyrone, as for O'Donnell, the goal of his ambition would probably have been reached could he have obtained the absolute control of his earls or subordinate chiefs, and the liberty to do as he liked in his own country. But it was the claim of Tyrone to exercise dominion over MacMahon, Maguire, O'Reilly, and the rest was deemed impermissible, and much more so was that of O'Donnell to revive a suzerainty long ago in abeyance over O'Connor, Sligo, and the Burkes of Upper Mayo. Hitherto, curiously enough, Connaught had enjoyed quite an exceptional degree of tranquillity. True, there had hardly been a year during which absolute peace reigned within its borders. The unruly sons of the Earl of Clanricarde and latterly Sir Brian O'Rourke, Chief of Leitrim, provided for that. But from constant warfare, such as had turned Munster into a howling desert, Connaught had been happily free. This result was attributable partly to the absence of any one dominant family like the O'Neills in Ulster, to the loyalty of the two Earls of Clanricarde and Thomond, and to the composition effected with the natives by Sir John Perrott in 1585, but principally to the rigorous government of the two very able presidents of Connaught, Sir Nicholas Malby and Sir Richard Bingham. The execution of Sir Brian O'Rourke in 1591 seemed to have destroyed the last elements of discord. The estate of this realm, wrote the Lord Deputy, Sir William Fitzwilliam, towards the close of 1592, is quiet, without any stir or known trouble in any part thereof. Appearances, however, proved deceptive. Long before it was remarked that the Jesuits were carrying on a very active propaganda in Ulster, and that Brian O'Rourke was beginning to walk in the footsteps of his father, there was a little doubt in Bingham's mind that Tyrone and O'Donnell had a secret finger in the mischief. Only a month after the former had assumed the dignity of O'Neill, Hugh Maguire, Chief of Fermanagh, inflicted a sharp defeat on Bingham at Tullocks in County Roscommon. The movement had been dictated by O'Donnell, but in ignorance of the fact, the government could think of nothing better than setting Tyrone to recover Maguire. Tyrone, of course, readily undertook the task, with the result that may be imagined. Thereupon, recognising the necessity of more active intervention, Sir Henry Bagenal in September invaded Fermanagh from the east. At Enniskillen he was joined by Tyrone with 200 horse and 600 foot, and on October the 10th gained a splendid victory over Maguire at Beleek. There is not the slightest doubt that Tyrone had taken part most willingly in the fight, but he was able to point to a slight wound in his leg as an unequivocal sign of his loyalty. O'Donnell was more indifferent to appearances, for having been ordered to close the fords of the Erne, he not only did nothing of the kind, but furnished Maguire and his cattle a safe retreat into Tyrconnell. The danger of the situation was apparent, the more so as O'Donnell began actively to intervene on Maguire's side. Unable, however, to act on the offensive, Fitzwilliam was driven to the feeble expedient of sending commissioners down to Dundalk to treat with Tyrone in March 1594, but beyond eliciting from him a statement of his grievances and a promise to keep the peace until Her Majesty's pleasure was known, the commissioners effected nothing. Affairs were in this uncertain condition when Fitzwilliam surrendered the sword of state to Sir William Russell on August the 11th. A day or two later, Tyrone, to the astonishment of everybody, appeared of his own free will before the council in Dublin. It was a magnificent and a most successful coup de théâtre. But Russell had shortly to regret his folly in not seizing the opportunity to lay the performer by the heels. As the year drew to a close, disquieting rumours reached him that Spanish gold was circulating freely in Ulster. Reinforcements under Sir John Norris were advised as being on their way, but Tyrone had information of the fact and struck the first blow by invading Cavan and Louth, which he burned up to the very walls of Drogheda, while O'Donnell took the same course in Connacht, sparing, it is said, no one over 15 years of age who could not speak Irish. When Norris landed at Waterford on May the 4th, 1595, the fort at the Blackwater had fallen. Longford Castle had been captured by O'Donnell and Enniskillen recovered by Maguire. Before he could take the field, the capture of Sligo Castle had placed Connacht at the mercy of O'Donnell, who immediately availed himself of his advantage to set up an O'Connor Sligo, a MacWilliam and a MacDermot of his own. On June 24, Tyrone was proclaimed a traitor, and a day or two afterwards the English army under Russell and Norris invaded his country. There was much fighting, but every effort to bring the rebel to an engagement failed, and under pretext that Her Majesty, before proceeding to extremities, would be content to see what was in the traitor's heart, and what he would offer, a suspension of the hostilities was consented to, and commissioners were appointed to settle the terms of a pacification. In April 1596, Maguire, O'Reilly, and several others went through the farce of submitting and receiving their pardons on their knees in the marketplace of Dundalk. Tyrone, O'Donnell and O'Rourke were more difficult to come at. They refused absolutely to treat anywhere except in the open fields, and their demands for a free liberty of conscience and local autonomy was rejected as impossible. Nevertheless, the pacification was signed on April 24th. The explanation of the comedy is not far to seek. For a while, the negotiations were still in progress. A letter reached Tyrone from Philip II, congratulating him on his victories over the English and promising to render him any assistance he might require. This letter Tyrone, with sublime impudence, submitted to the inspection of the Lord Deputy as a token of his bona fides, adding that in their reply to Philip he and O'Donnell had declined his proffered assistance on the ground that they had been again received into the favour of their own sovereign. The statement was a gross falsehood, as the letter actually sent by them and still preserved in the archives at Simancas proves, but it served its purpose of throwing dust in the eyes of the government and spinning out the time. Towards the end of August, information reached Tyrone and O'Donnell that Spanish help might shortly be expected. The promised expedition actually set sail from Lisbon on October 25th, but on rounding Cape Finisterre it was struck by a violent storm which scattered it in all directions and sent some 15 or 17 ships with all on board to the bottom. It was a cruel disappointment to the Irish and to Philip, but the king, undaunted by repeated failures, gave instant order for the equipment of a fresh fleet at Ferrol. Meanwhile, through the treachery of Tyrone's secretary, the government had come to a knowledge of his intrigues with Spain, and in January 1597 Norris moved down with the army to Dundalk. Contrary to the advice of O'Donnell, who seized the opportunity to plunder Connacht to the very walls of Galway, Tyrone once more tried to win his way by diplomacy, going so far as to disavow all connection with O'Donnell at the very time he was urging him to strengthen himself in Connacht. But even Norris, though consenting to Tyrone's request for a parley at a somewhat distant date, was not entirely convinced by his protestations of loyalty. Whatever doubts he had were removed when Tyrone, instead of keeping his appointment, applied for an extension of time. His application was granted, and April 16th appointed as the last day on which his submission would be received. Again, he failed to keep his engagement and preparations were made to reduce him by force. On May 22, 1597, Russell was superseded by Thomas, Lord Burgh and Norris was removed from the command of the army. The reunion of the civil and military authority in one person and the appointment of Sir Conyers Clifford as Governor of Connaught gave promise of a more vigorous administration. A general hosting was proclaimed for July 6th. Already a good beginning had been made by Clifford in Connaught, and though not strong enough either to penetrate into Tyrconnell or even to wrest Ballyshannon out of O'Donnell's hands, he had obliged O'Donnell's protégé, Tibbet Burke, called the MacWilliam, to take his heels. On July 14, Tyrone's fort on the Blackwater was stormed and re-garrisoned with English soldiers. At the first approach of danger, Tyrone had ensconced himself in his woods, where every attempt to reach him proved futile. The summer passed away in frequent skirmishes, but without any decisive battle. Early, however, in October, Tyrone and O'Donnell made a combined attack on the fort at the Blackwater. Burke at once hastened to its relief, but on his way thither he was stricken down by an attack of Irish ague, of which he died a week later in Newry. Contrary to the general expectation that Tyrone would seize the opportunity to overrun the Pale, he at once opened up negotiations for a pacification. His demands were higher than ever, including not only liberty of conscience but control of his earls and the claims of O'Donnell, but also a sort of protectorate over the Irish generally. They were pronounced inadmissible, but he effected his purpose of prolonging the truce till the beginning of June 1598. 2 days after its expiration, he put 3 armies in the field, with one of which he attacked the fort on the Blackwater, with another the castle of Cavan, with the third was directed into the heart of Leinster. O'Donnell and O'Rourke at the same time assumed the offensive in Connaught. The attempt to capture the fort on the Blackwater failed, but lack of provisions ere long reduced the garrison to dire extremities. Sir Henry Bagenal was sent to relieve it, but on August 14th he was utterly defeated and his army almost annihilated by Tyrone near Armagh. The effect of the victory was tremendous, and there can be little doubt that had Tyrone acted promptly he could have marched unopposed on Dublin, but he displayed no ability to profit by his unexpected success. After wasting nearly 2 months, he indeed directed a small force into Munster. Within a fortnight afterwards, the whole province was in a state of rebellion. A nephew of the late Earl caused himself to be proclaimed Earl of Desmond and a MacCarthy, subservient to Tyrone, and was elected MacCarthy Moore. The English undertakers, panic-stricken at the first approach of danger, abandoned their castles and fled for the safety of Cork, Limerick and Askeaton, often without striking a blow in their own defence. The plantation on which such store had been set vanished like the unsubstantial fabric of a vision. In Thomond, a new O'Brien presented himself in the person of Earl's brother, Tig. In Connaught the rebels set up again Tibbet Burke as MacWilliam, while O'Donnell improved the occasion by robbing O'Connor Sligo of 8,000 head of cattle. But it was in the Midland districts where the O'Moores and O'Connors had found a welcome ally in the nephew of the Earl of Ormond, Viscount Mountgarret, that the flame of the rebellion burnt fiercest. The effects of the victory were felt even in Spain, where an embargo was laid on all ships coming out of Ireland without Tyrone's pass. When Essex landed in Dublin on April 15, 1599, the situation was as critical as it well could be. The task of restoring order was certainly not a light one, but it can hardly be said for Essex that his management of the campaign in any way realised the extravagant notions formed of his military capacity, or even achieved that degree of success which might reasonably have been expected from a very considerable force placed at his disposal. After wasting the summer and frittering away his strength in a useless expedition into Munster, he reluctantly yielded to Elizabeth's remonstrances to make a direct attack on Tyrone and march northward from Dublin on August 28th. Whatever hesitation he might have felt was dissipated by the news of Clifford's defeat by O'Rourke in Connaught and of the subsequent defection of O'Connor, Sligo. But he was no longer in a position to act vigorously on the offensive, and finding Tyrone as usually more ready to treat than to fight, he concluded a truce with him until the terms of a pacification could be agreed upon. It was, as Elizabeth indignantly remarked, a quick end made of a slow proceeding. And despite her direct prohibition, Essex quitted his post and returned to England in the hope that by his personal influence with the Queen he might save himself from the consequences of his failure. Feeling himself master of the situation, Tyrone determined to do what he should have done before, and early in January 1600 directed his march into Munster for the purpose, as he put it, of learning the great intentions of the gentlemen of that promise with regard to the great question of the nation's liberty and religion. From a military point of view, the expedition proved a failure. His henchman Hugh Maguire was slain in a skirmish with Sir Warham St. Leger on March 1st, and Tyrone, hearing that Sir George Carew was on his way to Cork, returned by force of marches to Ulster, thereby evading Lord Mountjoy, the newly appointed deputy, who was preparing to intercept him in Westmeath. His courage was revived by the arrival shortly afterwards of a Spanish vessel at Killybegs, having on board Matthew de Oviedo, titular Archbishop of Dublin, with letters from Philip III and a considerable supplies of money and ammunition to be divided between him and O'Donnell, together with a phoenix feather from Clement VIII for himself and indulgences for all who should rise in defence of the faith, as usually granted to those setting out to the war against the Turks for the recovery of the Holy Land. It was high time that help should have arrived. In May, Sir Henry Dockwra succeeded in establishing himself on the shores of Lough Foyle, where, being afterwards joined by Turlock's eldest son, Sir Art O'Neill, and O'Donnell's cousin and rival, Niall Garve, he defied the efforts of Tyrone and O'Donnell to dislodge him. As the summer drew to a close, Mountjoy, having restored order in the central districts, moved to Dundalk, where he established his camp. His intention was, by creating a line of forts, to hem Tyrone in and expose him to the dangers of a winter campaign. Lack of forage compelled him to forego his purpose, but with the first approach of spring he was again in the field and was gradually closing in on Tyrone from all sides. When the news of the landing at Kinsale of a Spanish force under Don Juan de Aguila in September 1601 compelled him to withdraw the army into Munster. That his work had not been done in vain was seen from the fact that neither Tyrone nor O'Donnell was in a position to take immediate advantage of the assistance that had been sent them. November had drawn to a close before they united their forces at Bandon. Hemmed in on all sides, the Spanish general, never very enthusiastic in the cause, and disgusted at the apathy shown by the natives, urged a combined attack on the English lines. His importunity prevailed over wiser counsels, and the attack was arranged to take place on Christmas Eve. The plan was betrayed to Mountjoy, and the Irish, after losing 1,200 men, retreated in disorder to Inishannon. Still, the situation was far from hopeless, and Tyrone was strongly in favour of renewing the attempt. But his advice was overruled by O'Donnell, who, having nominated his brother Rory chief during his absence, sailed for Spain to solicit fresh assistance under a more capable general. A week later, Del Aguila capitulated. Tyrone, with sadly diminished forces, regained Ulster in safety. But in the meanwhile, Dockwra had established a fort at Omagh, and Tyrone was forced to seek shelter in the forest of Glenconkine. Though no longer formidable, he refused to submit unconditionally, and after remaining unmoved for another year, Elizabeth, evidently in fear of complications arising from Scotland, authorised Mountjoy in February 1603 to promise him his life, liberty and pardon, with restoration under certain conditions of his estate. Peace was concluded on these terms, and on March 30th Tyrone, in entire ignorance of Elizabeth's death, submitted to Mountjoy at Mellifont. End of section 3. Read by Neil Martin. Dublin, 9th of May 2021. Section 62 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 18. Ireland to the Settlement of Ulster by Dunlop. Part 4. A general amnesty followed Tyrone's submission. The war was at an end, and Ireland was conquered as she had never been conquered before. The work had cost England dear. Year after year for nearly 50 years, the drain in treasure and lifeblood had been going on with hardly any interruption. During the last 4 years and a half alone, it was computed that the war had cost England about £1,200,000. What the loss in human life was, it is impossible to calculate. But one thing is certain. Great as was the number who fell by the sword, it only bore a slight proportion to those who perished from starvation and disease. No service in the world was so unpopular as that in Ireland. The grave, as it came to be regarded, of great reputations made elsewhere, it proved the grave, in a more literal sense, of nearly every soldier who was compelled to serve there. For this result, Elizabeth's excessive parsimony was no doubt chiefly responsible. But the mischief did not stop here. A discontented soldiery is proverbially a disorderly one, and it is no wonder that the English army in Ireland was more an object of terror to the inhabitants of the Pale than it was to the Irish enemy. The grounds of complaint were numerous, but the chief grievance complained of was that of the cess. Cess, explained Sir Henry Sidney, is nothing else but a prerogative of the prince and an agreement and a consent by the nobility and council to impose upon a country a certain proportion of victual of all kinds, to be delivered and issued at a reasonable rate, and, as it is commonly termed, the Queen's price, so that the rising and falling of prices of victuals and articles, and the seasonableness of the times, dear or cheap, make the matter easier or heavier to the subject. Granting the theory, it was urged on behalf of the gentry of the Pale that in consequence of the general rise in the price of commodities since Elizabeth's accession, the Queen's price was 100, sometimes 150% below the market price, and that in consequence there was very little difference in effect between cess and the old extortion of coin and livery. The abuse was admitted, but it was impossible for any deputy with an empty treasury and an army always on the verge of mutiny to abandon such a certain source of revenue. A proposal to commute cess into a land tax of the annual value of £2,000 was rejected by the gentry of the Pale on the ground that it was without the consent of Parliament. It was an illegal imposition, and when Sidney urged that it was within the prerogative of the Crown to levy it, he was met by the answer that they were English and free subjects, and if they could not have remedy at his hands, they would seek it at Her Majesty's. All they got for their pains was a short imprisonment and a sharp reprimand for their audacity in impugning her prerogative. An arrangement was subsequently arrived at. The question of cess possesses for Irish constitutional history almost the same significance as that which ship money does for English. The principle involved in both was identical. What the constitutional party in Ireland demanded was not merely the control of the purse, but all that the control of the purse implied, viz. Constitutional government and the freedom of Parliament. The agitation against cess was essentially a protest against the arbitrary principles on which the government of Ireland was being conducted, and the assertion of that right of remonstrance which was denied them in Parliament. And this agitation, the ultimate issue of which was the Confederation of Kilkenny, had, it should be borne in mind, nothing to do in the first instance with religion, although the gentry of the Pale were Roman Catholics almost to a man. It has ever been the misfortune of Ireland that opposition to their government has been construed into rebellion. The reason for this is to be found in the fact that the government of Ireland has always meant the interests of England, and not the welfare of its inhabitants, whether of English or of native descent. When Strafford asserted that Ireland was a conquered nation, and to be governed as the king pleased, he merely spoke to the settled conviction of every Englishman of Elizabeth's time, and what no Englishman of Charles' time would ever have denied. Had it not suited the interests of a political party to substitute for king the words English Parliament? But the gentry in the Pale could never be brought to assent to the theory. Time after time, whenever the occasion offered, they protested against it, but the occasion was seldom given them. Setting aside the Parliament which met on January 12, 1560, and was dissolved 3 weeks later, Elizabeth had summoned only 2 parliaments in Ireland during the whole course of her reign, viz. in 1569-70 and in 1585-86. Both were called for the express purpose of confirming the Crown in the possession of large stretches of land forfeited by the rebellions of O'Shane O'Neill and the Earl of Desmond. In both instances, the opposition, composed of the gentry of the Pale, made determined efforts to secure the election of a speaker from their own party. In both they were defeated, but not without having given such evidence of their power as to render the government unwilling to repeat the experiment. Between 1586 and 1613, no parliament was called in Ireland. In the interval, the situation had become more complicated. It was no longer the nation's civil rights that were at stake. Thanks to the zeal of the Jesuits and the remissness of the government, the great question of religion had been forced into the foreground till the rift between government and governed had widened into a chasm. Nothing illustrated the changes better than the foundation in 1591 of the University of Trinity College. The gentry of the Pale had long sighed after such an institution in which their children could receive a higher education at home, but the constitution of the newly erected college, from the first strongly Protestant and even Puritan in spirit, had bitterly disappointed their hopes. To return to Ulster, Tyrone, on learning he had made his submission in ignorance of Elizabeth's death, is said to have burst into tears. But even his somewhat equivocal relations with James could hardly have led him to expect better terms than those he had obtained. Whatever his feelings, he displayed no intention of receding from this bargain. On the contrary, he not only renewed his submission before the Lord Deputy and councils in Dublin, but a few weeks later repaired to England in company with Rory O'Donnell, chief of Tyrconnell since the death of his brother Hugh in Spain in 1602. His reception by James at Hampton Court was a bitter disappointment to the hungry band of courtiers who were already speculating on raising their fortune upon his ruin. "I have lived," exclaimed Sir John Harrington, "to see that damnable rebel Tyrone brought to England, honoured and well liked. How I did labour after the knave's destruction, who now smileth in peace at those who did harbour their lives to destroy him." Perhaps the very friendliness of his reception had the effect of reviving his hopes of recovering that control over his earls which he had been compelled by the conditions of his submission to surrender, or, as is more likely, it had been that accepting his earldom as equivalent for his chieftainship, he was determined to make the boundaries of it coterminous with the extreme limits of the clan. Anyhow, shortly after his return to Ireland, he became involved in a dispute with his former vassal, Sir Donald O'Cahan, whose possession of Eiritacahan, comprising the modern county of Derry, he declared to be incompatible with the terms of his patent. The dispute, conducted in the usual style, was carefully fomented by George Montgomery, the newly appointed Bishop of Derry, Raphoe and Clogher, an adventurer of the worst type, who, having his own scheme to serve in ferreting out ecclesiastical lands in Tyrone, had found a useful tool in O'Cahan. In April 1607, Tyrone and O'Cahan were cited to appear before the council in Dublin. While the latter was stating his case, Tyrone, annoyed at his effrontery, snatched the paper he was reading out of his hands and tore it to pieces. This exhibition of temper did not improve his position, but at Chichester's suggestion it was resolved to refer the decision of the question to James himself. Letters were written authorising Tyrone and O'Cahan to repair to London, but in the meantime a warning had reached the former from his cousin Cú Connacht Maguire, who was then in the Netherlands, that if he went to England he would certainly be arrested. The warning is traceable to the fact that details of a plot for an insurrection in Ireland, aided by Spain, had recently, to the knowledge of Maguire, come to the ears of the government. Tyrone's name was not mentioned by the person who revealed it, though that of O'Donnell, recently created Earl of Tyrconnell, was, but Maguire evidently thought the situation dangerous enough to justify him in sending a vessel to the north of Ireland in order to facilitate his escape. On September the 4th to the 14th, 1607, Tyrone and Tyrconnell, with their wives and families, quitted Ireland in the company of Maguire for ever. The situation thus created took the government of Ireland completely by surprise. It was, of course, presumed that the fugitives would return with the help of foreign assistance and try to recover their lands by force. To guard against this danger, Chichester proposed that the king should, during their absence, assume their countries into his possession, divide the lands amongst the inhabitants to every man of note or good desert, so much as he can conveniently stock and manure by himself and his tenants and followers, and so much more as by conjecture he shall be able to stock and manure for 5 years to come, and will bestow the rest upon servitors and men of worth here, and withal bring in colonies of civil people of England and Scotland at his Majesty's pleasure, with condition to build castles and storehouses upon their lands. In which case Chichester assured himself that besides the yearly benefit that will redound to his Majesty's coffers, which will be nothing inferior to the revenues of Munster or Connaught, the country will ever after be happily settled. The scheme was approved by James in general terms, but before any steps had been taken to put it into execution, events occurred in the north which led to the postponement and unforeseen development of the original plan. Hardly had the one set of actors quitted the stage when another appeared in the persons of Sir Cormac O'Neill, younger brother of the Earl of Tyrone, Sir Cahir O'Doherty, Lord of Inextricably, Sir Niall Garve O'Donnell, claimant to the lordship of Tyrconnell, and Sir Donald O'Cahan, Lord of Irritacan. All of them believed they possessed claims on the government. All were anxious for the satisfaction of their claims. It is needless to say that these expectations were all disappointed. The case of Cormac O'Neill was speedily disposed of. He had been the first to bring the news of the flight of the earls, but it was discovered that he was not so blameless in the matter as he wished to make out, and instead of his obtaining custodian of his brother's country, which he asked for, the Constable of Dublin Castle, to repeat Sir John Davis's joke, obtained custodian of him. In December he was sent over to England and ended his days as a prisoner in the Tower. The case of Sir Niall Garve, on the other hand, presented peculiar difficulties. There was no doubt he had a right to expect to be acknowledged Lord of Tyrconnell, but the government had no intention of allowing another O'Donnell to set himself up, and in lieu of his claims offered him a patent on the lands of Glenfrine and Mongana. The offer seemed to him hardly worth accepting, and he neglected to take out his patent. Finding a sympathiser in Sir Cahir O'Doherty, to whom the presence of a garrison at Derry was a standing grievance, he practised on his youthful inexperience and passionate nature to force him into a quarrel with the governor, Sir George Paulet. A personal insult from Paulet brought matters to a crisis. O'Doherty swore that nothing but his blood could atone for the injury. On the evening of April 19th, he surprised Culmore Castle and, having armed his followers, marched directly on Derry. Arriving there in the early hours of the morning, while the inhabitants were still in their beds, he captured the town without much resistance. The place was sacked and burnt, and the garrison put to the sword, among the first to fall being Paulet, the author of the calamity. When the news of the rising reached Dublin, Chichester determined to make war thick and short against him, and at once dispatched a strong force into the north under Marshal Wingfield. For some time O'Doherty avoided an engagement, but on July 5th he was overtaken near Kilmacrennan by a party of soldiers under Sir Francis Rush, and shot through the brain at the first encounter. His friend and adviser, Sir Niall Garve, after instigating him to rebel, had shamefully abandoned him. But his motives were suspected by the government, and having been arrested he was sent to end his days in the Tower, where he was shortly afterwards joined by Sir Donald O'Cahan. The news of O'Doherty's death reached Chichester at Dundalk on his way northwards to make a survey of the lands lately escheated to the Crown in accordance with a commission recently issued to him and others. The result of his investigations, which lasted the whole of the summer, confirmed him in his opinion that if a permanent settlement of the province was to be effected, it could only be recognised by the claims of the principal natives to be created freeholders, and by distributing the rest of the lands among well-chosen undertakers and persons who had served the state in a military capacity in Ireland. The first consideration was carefully attended to by anticipating no difficulty in the case of the inferior natives, who were by nature inclined rather to be followers and tenants to others than lords or freeholders themselves. His views were communicated to the King and Council in October 1608, and in accordance with the information supplied, a scheme of plantation was drawn up and published earlier the following year. According to the scheme, the lands in each of the 6 counties of Donegal, Coleraine, Tyrone, Armagh, Fermanagh and Cavan, setting aside those reserved for ecclesiastical and other purposes, were to be divided into 4 parts, of which 2 were to consist of proportions of 1,000 acres, 1 of 1,500 acres, and 1 of 2,000 acres. Estates of 2,000 acres were to be held by knights' service in Capite, those of 1,500 acres by knights' service as of the Castle of Dublin, those of 1,000 in common socage. The undertakers or planters were to be of 3 sorts: 1. English or Scottish, as well servitors, military or civilian officials of the government, as others who were to plant their portions with English or inland Scottish inhabitants. 2. Servitors in Ireland, who might take mere Irish, English or inland Scottish tenants at their choice. 3. Natives of Ireland, who were to be made freeholders. Each undertaker of a large proportion was required to build thereon a castle with a strong court or bain about it, with 2 years after the date of the letters patent. Each undertaker of a middle portion a stone or brick house with a strong court about it with the same time, and each undertaker of a small proportion a strong court or bain at the least. No English or Scottish undertaker could be admitted unless he took the oath of supremacy, and he was not to alienate or demise his lands to any of the mere Irish, or to such as would not take the oath. In consideration of the expense invoked in transporting themselves to Ireland, English and Scottish undertakers were to pay an annual rent to the Crown of only £5, 6 shillings and 8 pence for every 1,000 acres. Servitors, £8 for the same proportion. Payment to begin in both cases after the expiration of the 2nd year, whereas the Irish freeholders were to pay a rent of £10, 13 shillings and 4 pence, beginning after the expiration of the 1st year. The division of land was to be by lot in order to avoid emulation, and as a guarantee of peaceable possession it was promised that the unruly native element or swordsmen should be removed. The scheme failed to satisfy either undertakers, servitors, or natives. Chichester, when it was forwarded to him for publication, could not conceal his vexation at the narrow and pedantic spirit in which it had been drawn up. It had never, he declared, been his intention to suggest an arithmetical division of the lands, but that each person should receive in proportion to his merits and quality. Apportionment by lot would have the effect of preventing persons who wished to plant together from undertaking at all. Tenure in capite and of the Castle of Dublin was regarded as a grievance which anybody could obtain land elsewhere in common socage. So also the clause respecting building, which took no account of the facility or difficulty in obtaining material for the purpose. But it was the treatment of the natives and the proposal to remove the swordsmen that annoyed him most. They were, he insisted, many more Irish claiming and expecting freeholds than was supposed, while any attempt to remove the swordsmen instead of providing for them was sure to cause disturbance. Having thus obtained, however, as it were, entered his protest against the scheme, he prepared to obey his instructions, and while commissioners appointed for the purpose were engaged in drawing the land into lots and mapping down the proportions for the distribution, he exerted himself to the best of his ability, and with some measure of success, to ship off a considerable number of swordsmen to Sweden. The publication of the scheme of plantation had, as may be supposed, elicited numerous offers to undertake from persons in England and Scotland who were either ignorant of the difficulties of the enterprise or were anxious to raise their fortunes by speculating in land. But these were not the sort of undertakers that the government wished to attract. Desirable individuals possessing the necessary capital held aloof from the enterprise, finding, as Chichester predicted, better investment for their money elsewhere. Worst of all, the servitors who were to form the backbone of the undertaking began to withdraw their offers. In this dilemma, the government, foreseeing the possible collapse of the scheme, caused a special offer to be made to the City of London in July 1609, inviting it to undertake for the whole county of Coleraine. The invitation was at first declined, but on being pressed to accept and granted more favourable terms, the city, after sending agents to spy out the land, signed an agreement on January 28, 1610, to undertake. Lists of approved undertakers and servitors were about the same time transmitted to Chichester, and the month of May was fixed for the beginning of the actual work of plantation. But July was drawing to a close before the commissioners for allotting lands could get to work. A beginning was made in County Cavan, where the inhabitants were partly cajoled, partly forced into consenting to submit to the distribution proposed, and to remove into the districts assigned to them. From Cavan, the commissioners proceeded to Fermanagh, taking each county in turn and finding unexpectedly most resistance in Tyrone and Armagh. Sir John Davis was jubilant at the result. "Fervet opus," he wrote, quoting Virgil's description of the building of Carthage. But Chichester was not so entirely satisfied. The appearance of such of the undertakers as had arrived disappointed him, those from England being the most part plain country gentlemen, who may promise much but give small assurance or hopes of performing the appertains to a work of such moment. The Scots, if they came with less money in their purses, were better attended, and he noticed that, contrary to the orders of the plantation, they were speedily in treaty with the natives, promising to get a licence that they might remain as tenants, which is so pleasing that people that they will strain themselves to their uttermost to gratify them, hoping, as he conceives, at one time or other to find an opportunity to cut their landlords' throats. The beginning of the next year, 1611, saw numerous fresh arrivals, but the rate of progress was not satisfactory, and on April 13th a proclamation was issued ordering all British undertakers to repair to Ireland before the beginning of May, by which time all natives were required to transplant onto the lands assigned to them either as landlords or tenants. The proposal to remove the natives raised an immediate outcry on the part of those undertakers who were already planting. The crisis predicted by Chichester had arrived. At his suggestion, the Lords of the Privy Council published an order on July 13th, threatening the undertakers with the forfeiture of their bonds unless they complied strictly with the rules of the plantation, but allowing them to retain the services of the natives for another year. The scheme for their removal had in fact broken down. At the same time, in order to obtain precise information as to the actual state of affairs, instructions were given to Lord Carew to make a personal survey of the plantation. His report was not encouraging. Many of the undertakers had never come over. Many, after visiting their lands, had returned home and were trying to sell them. The natives were still in their old quarters and showed no sign of removing, while the servitors, on being expostulated for having done so little, laid the blame on the undertakers who deprived them of the services of the natives. Nevertheless, thanks to the energy of a few servitors, above all the industry of the Scots, the plantation struck its roots deep into the soil of Ulster. That it should have borne permanently the stamp of a Scottish settlement is not without interest, considering the character of the early settlers. For if they were hardly, as they have been described, the scum of the nation, they were certainly not drawn from the best classes of the community. Indeed, the enterprise was not at all favourably regarded in Scotland, insomuch that going for Ireland was looked on as a miserable mark of a deplorable person. It was even turned into a proverb, and one of the worst expressions of disdain that could be invented was to tell a man that Ireland would be his hinder end. Fortunately, though quite unintentionally, what was wanting to the settlers in moral solidity was speedily supplied by James' ecclesiastical policy in Scotland. Presbyterian ministers, whose consciences rebelled against the restoration of episcopacy, sought a refuge and a new sphere of labour in the north of Ireland. Their ministrations were abundantly blessed, not only amongst their countrymen, but amongst the English settlers, to whom Calvinism in its Puritan form was not unacceptable. The character thus impressed on the plantation it never lost, hence the significance of Ulster for the subsequent history of Ireland. End of section 62. Read by Neil Martin, Dublin, 7th of the 6th, 2021.
Section 63 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 19, The Dutch Republic, by the Reverend G. Edmundson, Part 1. The consequences of the assassination of William the Silent were not so momentous as his enemies had expected. The task undertaken by him had been so far accomplished that his death in no way impaired the firm resolution of the revolted provinces to maintain to the end their desperate struggle against the Spanish tyranny. On the very day of the murder, July 10, 1584, the States of Holland, sitting at Delft, passed a resolution to uphold the good cause, with God's help, without sparing gold or blood. And this resolution was at once forwarded to all officers in command on land and sea. The people, though stirred to indignation by the crime, everywhere preserved a calm and determined attitude. There was no panic, nor was submission thought of for a single instant. William's death had left the government of the country in an amorphous condition. It would indeed be more correct to say that no government existed. When the authority of Philip II had been finally abjured, the sovereignty reverted to the several provinces, and by their delegation was vested in the States General. But that body had only been anxious to find someone able and willing, under proper guarantees, to step into the place forfeited by the Spanish king. Failure and disappointment had attended their first efforts, and they had only been saved from ruin by putting trust in the leadership of the Prince of Orange, who, although he had steadily declined any offer of sovereignty, had guided them by his courage and sagacity through the long years of their desperate struggle. At length, in 1584, William had, though unwillingly, accepted for himself the countship of Holland and Zeeland, and had secured for the Duke of Anjou, despite his misdeeds, the lordship over the other provinces. By their almost simultaneous deaths, the sovereignty reverted once more to the States General. It was an extraordinary state of affairs, for when we speak of the sovereignty being vested in the States General, it must be remembered that the States General themselves were possessed of no real authority. They were composed of delegates from a number of provincial states, each of them sovereign. These delegates were simply the mouthpieces of the particular states which they represented, and the opposition of a single province was sufficient to paralyze the action of all the rest. These provincial states, again, were practically representative of the municipal corporations, vroedschappen, of the great towns. But these vroedschappen were close, self-co-opting burgher aristocracies with immunities and privileges which made them almost independent, and they were very jealous of their rights. Moreover, instead of there being anything approaching an equality of real power among the sovereign provinces represented in the States General, Holland and Zeeland had not only borne the brunt of the war, but were, especially the former, the richest, the most energetic, and the most prosperous among them. They contributed some 4/5 of the charges and furnished the formidable fleets which formed the chief defense of the country. These two, while content to work together, though with many bickerings, looked upon the inland provinces rather as protected dependencies than as allies and equals. Gelderland, Utrecht, and Overijssel naturally resented such an assumption. But now that the great provinces of Brabant and Flanders could no longer be reckoned upon as a bulwark on the southern frontier against the military power of Spain, they found themselves compelled to choose between the bond uniting them to the overbearing Hollanders or submission to Parma. For in the course of the year that followed William's death, resistance to the Spanish forces south of the Meuse had been practically extinguished by the military and diplomatic skill of their great leader. One after another, all the chief towns of Brabant and Flanders, Bruges, Dendermonde, Vilvoorde, Ghent, Brussels, and lastly Antwerp, had fallen before the victorious general of King Philip. The seaports, Ostend and Sluis, alone remained in the hands of the patriots. Thus it is not to be wondered at that the States Generals should have believed their only hope of safety to lie in securing some foreign potentate as their sovereign, who would be able to lend them armed assistance and give unity of purpose to their councils. The only two powers to whom they could turn were the same with whom they had already been in correspondence upon the subject, France and England. Elizabeth, however, had shown so strong a disinclination to embroil herself with Philip for the sake of the Netherlands that despite the deep offense which Anjou had given, negotiations were again on foot at the time of the Duke's death for his return to the country as sovereign with strictly limited powers. The States General therefore determined to adhere to William of Orange's policy on this head, and in the first instance to offer the protectorship of Holland and Zealand and the sovereignty of the other provinces conditionally to Henry III of France. An embassy was dispatched accordingly, but the form of the offer displeased the king, and he was preoccupied with the serious discords in his own kingdom and the dangers which threatened his own throne. He refused to consider the proposal unless the sovereignty of all the provinces were laid at his feet. The negotiation, therefore, came to nothing. 1585. All this time, an influential party in Holland, at whose head was the advocate Paul Buys, was in favor of an English alliance. But Elizabeth was quite as coy as her brother of France. She received the Dutch envoys with fair words, but partly on principle, partly from prudence, declined the proffered sovereignty. All she would undertake was to give a limited amount of military aid on characteristically commercial terms. The towns of Flushing, Brill, and Ramekins were to be handed over to her as pledges for the repayment of her expenses. In the matter of bargaining, the Dutch on this occasion certainly met their match in Queen Elizabeth, who, after the treaty was agreed upon, August 10, 1585, still spent some months in haggling over petty details. But the fall of Antwerp, which she had not anticipated, hastened her decision. She agreed to dispatch at once 5,000 foot and 1,000 horse, together with the garrisons for the cautionary towns, under the command of her favorite, the Earl of Leicester. He landed at Flushing on December 19th and received everywhere an enthusiastic welcome. Even the states of Holland, afterward his foes, writing to the Queen that they looked upon him as sent from heaven for their deliverance. There was an eager desire to confer sovereign powers on him, and he was nothing loath. Without consulting Elizabeth, he allowed himself, February 4th, 1586, in the presence of the States General and of Maurice of Nassau, to be solemnly invested with almost absolute authority under the title of Governor-General. Practically the only restrictions placed upon him were that the States General and the provincial states should have the right of assembling on their own initiative, that the existing stadtholders should be irremovable, and that appointments to offices in the several provinces should be made from 2 or 3 names submitted to him by the states. A new Council of State was created in which 2 Englishmen had seats. But Leicester was disappointed. His correspondence clearly shows that he wanted to be, for a time at any rate, in the position of a Roman dictator, though not from mere vanity or for the purpose of robbing the Netherlanders of their liberty, but as a means to an end. But with good intentions he had little sagacity or tact, and he speedily found that his ideas conflicted not merely with those of a people obstinately attached to their time-honored rights and liberties, but with those of his royal mistress herself. Elizabeth received the news of his inauguration to office as Governor-General with high indignation. Leicester was ordered to resign his dignity, and Lord Heneage was dispatched to Holland to rate both him and the States General for their conduct. Not till July did the Queen's favorite succeed in appeasing her wrath, or obtain her consent to his being styled Governor-General, then being addressed as Excellency. The new governor, who could speak no Dutch and knew nothing of the people with whom he had to deal, speedily found himself in difficulties. On April 4, 1586, he issued a placard forbidding, on pain of death, all commercial intercourse with the enemy. The exportation of grain, provisions, or other commodities to all countries under the sway of Philip II was henceforth absolutely prohibited. The Spaniards were dependent upon the Dutch for the supply of the necessities of life, and if only these could be effectually cut off, the armies of Parma would be starved out. In this reasoning, however, Leicester left out of account the vital importance of this traffic to the merchants of Holland and Zealand. The purse of Holland and Zealand furnished the sinews of war, and equipped the fleets and paid for the armies, and it was their great carrying and distributing trade which filled the purse. The inland districts, which were constantly exposed to the destructive ravages of the enemy's troops within their borders, were jealous of the greater prosperity of the maritime provinces. Already in 1584, under pressure from their representatives, the States General had attempted to stop the grain traffic with the enemy in the interest of the country at large, but Amsterdam, supported by the states of Holland, had refused to obey the edict and had carried the day. The yet more stringent prohibition proposed by Leicester at the instigation of the Democratic party at Utrecht, who had a special grudge against the Hollanders, brought upon him their lasting hostility. The course rashly adopted by him was, in fact, really impractical. Meanwhile, Parma continued to advance further northwards. In June, Grave, and in July, Venloo fell into his hands. Leicester was too much engrossed with the difficulties of internal administration to conduct the operations of war with the necessary vigor. His efforts towards curbing what he regarded as the contumacious opposition of the Holland merchants and regents to his authority only made the breach wider. He surrounded himself with a circle of advisers from the southern Netherlands, the three most prominent members of the favored group being Jacques Reingoud, Gerard Pronik, surnamed de Venter, both Brabanters, and Daniel de Burschgrave, a Fleming. On June 26, Leicester surprised the Council of State by sudden announcement that he had created a Chamber of Finance, to which he had handed over the control of the Treasury. One of the special duties of this chamber was to see that placards against trading with the enemy were stringently enforced, and to effect this it was proposed to arm it with inquisitorial powers, extending even to the inspection of the books of suspected merchants. At its head was placed the Count von Neuenaar, stadholder of Gelderland, Utrecht, and Overijssel, with Reingoud as Treasurer General and de Burschgrave as Auditor. Leicester's arbitrary act deprived the Council of State of one of the most important of its functions, while foreigners were appointed to offices of financial control. Paul Buys, to whom the post of commissary had been offered, refused to serve under Reingoud, and notwithstanding his English sympathies, became one of Leicester's most pronounced opponents. Oldenbarnevelt, his successor as advocate of Holland, likewise exerted his great influence with the states of that province to resist the invasion of their rights. The governor, on his part, leant more and more on the support of the Democratic party of Utrecht, who, with the help of Neuenaar, had deprived the old burgher oligarchy of the reins of power. Leicester secured the election of his confidant de Venter as burgomaster of the town, though as a foreigner he was disqualified from holding such an office, and the burgher captains and Calvinist preachers were his staunch partisans and allies. It was highly impolitic for the Governor-General, whose special task was to give unity to the national opposition to Spain, thus to accentuate the differences which divided province from province. But he was resolved to try conclusions with his adversaries, and Paul Buys was arrested at Utrecht and imprisoned. West Friesland had long been merged in the province of Holland, and was known as the North Quarter. Leicester now resolved to revive the semi-independency of former times by appointing Sonoy stadholder of West Friesland, thus openly ignoring the fact that the office was already held by Maurice of Nassau, who, as Admiral General, also had supreme control of the naval forces of Holland and Zealand. The governor, however, took upon himself to erect 3 independent admiralty colleges of Holland, Zealand, and the North Quarter, thus, to the great detriment of the public service, creating a system designed to last as long as the Dutch Republic. He made himself still more unpopular by violently espousing the cause of the extreme Calvinist preachers and zealots, and allowing a so-called National Synod to meet at Dort, June 1586, whose aim was the suppression of all rights and opinions but his own, including those of the large libertine or moderate party, at the head of which stood Oldenbarnevelt, the inheritors of the principles of William of Orange. As the year 1586 drew to its close, Leicester became more and more dissatisfied with his position. He had to draw largely on his private resources to meet his expenses, and his forces were so weak that Parma could have overrun Gelderland and Overijssel with ease had his master but given him a free hand. Philip's attention, however, was absorbed in preparations for the invasion of England, an enterprise for which the cooperation of Parma's army by land was essential. So soon as England had been conquered, the Netherlands could speedily be coerced into submission. Disgusted at the many rebuffs he had suffered, Leicester, towards the end of November, determined to return to England and represent his difficulties in person to the Queen. The exercise of authority during his absence was left in the hands of the Council of State, but this body was merely the executive of the States General, and therefore, in reality, depended upon the support of the states of the sovereign provinces. Besides, distrust was felt at the presence in the council of 2 Englishmen and of Leicester's foreign nominees, and this distrust was speedily intensified by the traitorous surrender to the enemy of de Venter and Zutphen by their English governors Stanley and York. The defection of these 2 adventurers, both of them Catholics formerly in Spanish service, threw suspicion on all Englishmen. Neither the death of the chivalrous Sidney on the field of Warnsfeld, nor the proven gallantry of the Norrises, Cecils, Pelhams, and Russells were allowed to atone for these base and damning acts of treachery, which delivered the line of the Issel into Parma's hand. At the instigation of Oldenbarnevelt, the states of Holland and Zeeland determined to act independently both of the States General and the Council. A provincial army was formed, a new oath to the states was imposed on the levies, and additional powers with the title of prince were given to Maurice, under whom the experienced Count Hohenlohe was appointed lieutenant general. In West Friesland, Sonoy was forced to acknowledge his subordination to the stadtholder of Holland. Such was the influence of Oldenbarnevelt that he was able to obtain for his measures the concurrence of the States General and of the Council, which was purged of objectionable members. A remonstrance drawn up by him was sent in the name of the States General to Leicester, in which the faults and mistakes of the absent governor were relentlessly exposed. The terms of this document gave great offense to Elizabeth, but it did not suit her policy to abandon the cause of the Netherlands, and an accommodation was patched up. In July 1587, Leicester returned to his post, welcomed by his partisans, but coldly and suspiciously received by the Holland leaders. His success or failure depended now upon his attitude towards the states of Holland and the States General, in which Holland was dominant. He came back determined to master them, but his conduct had already raised a question, which for 2 centuries was to divide the Dutch people into opposing parties: the question of the sovereignty of the provinces. Elaborate arguments were brought forward to show that the sovereign power formerly exercised by Charles V and Philip II had, by the abjuration of his sovereignty, become vested in the states of each several province. Hence, it would follow that Leicester, as governor, was subordinate to the states as Margaret of Parma had been to King Philip. This assumption of the states of Holland was historically indefensible, but Oldenbarnevelt had offered to resign his post as advocate in April rather than yield on this head. He thus founded a party with whom the question of provincial sovereignty became a principle, and the unwise attempts of a foreigner to erect a democratic dictatorship at the expense of the burgher oligarchies intensified a particularism, which was for many years to prejudice the national action and the best interests of the country. Leicester's motives were probably good, and his supporters were numerous and active, but he had not in him the makings of a statesman. One of the first effects of his continuous struggle for supremacy with the states of Holland was the failure to relieve Sluys, which important seaport on August 5th fell into the hands of Parma. Had Farnese not been occupied with other projects, it is indeed difficult to see how, in this time of division and cross-purposes amongst his opponents, his further advance could have been arrested. Leicester would have been powerless to offer an effective resistance. His political efforts, though backed by such skillful and influential partisans as De Venter at Utrecht, Sonoy in the North Quarter, and Aysma in Friesland, failed against the firm resolve of the states of Holland and their able leader. All his attempts to create a revolution by the overthrow of the supremacy of the regents in the principal towns miscarried. Dispirited at last by a fruitless struggle, and in broken health, he on August 6, 1587, finally turned his back definitely on the country which had, as he thought, treated him so badly. Non gregem sed ingratos invitus decero was the motto inscribed on a medal struck upon the occasion. He came back a poor man. The position of the states at the beginning of 1588 appeared all but desperate. Their army was weak in numbers and in discipline, and without leaders of repute, the provinces themselves were split into contending parties and jealous of each other. They had no allies to whom they could turn for help. Opposed to them stood the first general of his time, at the head of a large and seasoned force, which he had led to repeated triumphs. Already the whole country to the east of the Issel and to the south of the Meuse and the Wall was practically in his hands. His plans were laid for completing the work so well begun, and had he been unhampered, Parma would have, in all probability, in a couple of campaigns, crushed out the revolt in the northern Netherlands. He was not, however, destined to have a free hand. King Philip had set his heart upon the conquest of England by the invincible Armada. In vain Parma urged that the subjugation of the rebel states was now in the king's power, and that it was not only wise, but necessary to finish the one task before embarking upon another. The Duke was ordered to collect an immense fleet of transports at Sluys and Dunkirk, and to hold his army in readiness for crossing the Channel, so soon as the Great Armada appeared in the offing to act as his convoy. The story of what ensued is told elsewhere. The weary months of waiting, and the failure of Parma to put to sea in the face of the swarms of Dutch privateers that kept watch and ward to oppose his egress, gave breathing time to the provinces, and at the same time filled the mind of the suspicious Philip with distrust of his nephew. Moreover, the scheming brain of the Spanish king, undeterred by the crushing disaster of his invincible fleet, was already busy with projects of aggrandizement in France, so that instead of being able to devote his energies to the reconquest of the Netherlands, during the remainder of his life Parma was chiefly occupied with futile expeditions into French territory. Thus, just when it seemed that nothing could avert the complete subjugation of the United Provinces, the attention of their adversary was fixed on other costly enterprises, and the resources of Spain, already gravely crippled, were drained to exhaustion. After the departure of Leicester, it seemed as if the loose federation of the United Provinces must fall apart through its own inherent separatist tendencies, and the utter lack of any workable machinery of government. The executive power was nominally vested in the Council of State, but the presence upon it of the local English commander and of 2 other English members weakened its authority, and rendered it unacceptable to the provinces, especially to Holland, whose representation upon it in no way corresponded to her position and influence. Gradually, therefore, the States General curtailed its powers, and consulted it less, until a few years later it complained that all the most important affairs of the provinces were determined and carried out without its cognizance. At the instigation of Oldenbarnevelt, the states of Holland and Zeeland determined to act independently both of the States General and the Council. This great statesman, the real founder of the Dutch Republic, as it was known to history, with consummate ability took advantage of the interval of comparative repose which followed the withdrawal of the English governor in order to gather into his own hands the reins of administration. Johann van Oldenbarnevelt was born at Amersfoort in 1547. After he had begun practice as an advocate at The Hague, he became a fiery adherent of Orange, and bore arms at the time of the sieges of Haarlem and Leyden. In 1576 he was appointed pensionary of Rotterdam, and thus became a member of the States of Holland. His industry and powers of persuasion, and his practical grasp of affairs, soon won him his prominence, and having in 1586 been chosen Land's Advocate in succession to Paul Buys, he filled that important post for the next 32 years, thus exercising a commanding influence on the affairs of his country, and upon general European politics. For though the advocate was nominally only the paid servant of the provincial states of Holland, yet the permanency of his office and the multiplicity of his functions gave to a man of great ability a controlling voice in all discussions, and almost unlimited authority in the details of administration. As practically minister of all affairs, Oldenbarnevelt became in a sense the political personification of the province whose servant he was, and of which he was the mouthpiece in the assembly of the States General. Thus it came to pass that a many-headed system of government, whose divided sovereignty and hopelessly complicated checks and counter-checks appeared to forbid united action or strong councils, acquired motive power, which enabled it to work with a certain degree of smoothness and efficiency. The voice of Oldenbarnevelt was that of the province of Holland, and the voice of Holland, which bore more than half of the entire charges of the Union, was dominant in the States General. But the Dutch Republic, in these first years of its consolidation as a federal state, required the services of the soldier quite as much as those of the statesman. Fortunately, in Maurice of Nassau, a great commander arose, who possessed precisely the qualifications needed. Maurice was only 17 years of age at the time of his father's murder, and was at once appointed in his place Stadtholder of Holland and Zeeland, and also first member of the Council of State. During the next few years he had busied himself in the study of mathematics, and acquiring both technical and practical acquaintance with the art of war. He served in several campaigns under Hohenlohe, and from the first devoted himself seriously to the task of gaining a thorough knowledge of military tactics. He was a born soldier. Politics had no attraction for him. In August 1588 he was created Captain General and Admiral of the Union by the States General, and, in succession to Neuenaar, who died in April 1589, he was elected by the provinces of Utrecht, Gelderland, and Overijssel to be their stadtholder. All these stadholderates, with the single exception of Friesland, of which his cousin William Louis of Nassau was stadtholder, were thus united in the person of Maurice. As, in addition to this, he was charged with the supreme control in military and naval affairs, Oldenbarnevelt found ready to his hand an instrument capable of carrying out his plans and of translating policy into action. Many years were to pass before there arose even the faintest suspicion or jealousy or opposition between these two men, both so capable and ambitious. Their spheres of interest were distinct, and the younger man was content to leave in the hands of his father's trusted friend the entire management of the affairs of state. His own thoughts were centered on the training of armies and the conduct of campaigns. The stadtholder of Friesland, William Lewis of Nassau, the son of John, was the cousin and lifelong confidant and adviser of Maurice, who owed to him his first instruction in military knowledge and who could always rely on his far-sighted prudence and discretion. Of blameless life, sincerely religious, a firm adherent of the Reformed faith, William Lewis was at the same time broad-minded and statesmanlike in his views of men and things, like the great-uncle whose daughter he married. He was a reformer of military science on principles drawn from a study of Greek and Roman writers, a commander of far more than ordinary ability, yet modest withal, aiming always at the good of the common cause rather than at his own personal fame or advantage. It was by his counsel and persuasion that the States General at length consented in 1590 to alter their military policy. Hitherto it had been assumed as a kind of axiom that the troops of the States could not oppose the Spaniards in the field, and the efforts of the Netherlanders had been strictly confined to the defensive. But the army of the States had been transformed by the assiduous exertions of Maurice and William Lewis both in discipline, mobility, and armament, and though composed of a medley of nationalities, English, Scotch, French, and Germans, as well as Netherlanders, had become as a fighting machine not inferior in quality to its adversaries. William Lewis had for some time been urging upon the States to take advantage of Parma's embarrassments by the adoption of offensive in place of defensive tactics, and at last, in 1590, at the time of the first expedition of the Duke into France, the joint efforts of both stadtholders to this end at length overcame the timidity of the burgher deputies. The tide of the Spanish advance had already begun to turn in the spring of that year. On March 3rd, a body of 78 Netherlanders, concealed in a vessel laden with peat, had taken Breda by surprise. In the autumn, Maurice, at the head of a small column, after failing to capture Nijmegen by a coup de main, raided the whole of North Brabant and took some dozen small places from the enemy. The year 1591 was a year of surprising triumphs. Zutphen, unexpectedly attacked, fell into the hands of Maurice and William Lewis after a 5 days' siege on May 20. Deventer was next beleaguered, and though gallantly defended by Herman Vandenberg, a cousin of Maurice, surrendered on June 20. The army then moved upon Groningen, but on hearing that Parma was besieging the fort of Nootsenburg, Maurice hastened to its relief, routed the enemy's cavalry, and compelled him to retire. A sudden movement southward to Zeeland brought the stadtholder before the town of Hulst in the land of Was, which surrendered after 3 days' investment. Then, returning upon his steps, the indefatigable leader finished up an extraordinary campaign by the seizure of Nijmegen, October 21. At the age of 24 years, Maurice now took his place among the first generals of his time. The next year, 1592, saw Parma once more marching into France for the relief of Rouen, and the way lay open to the stadtholders for freeing Friesland and the Zuyder Zee from the hold of the Spaniard. The Spanish forces in the north were under the command of their old chief Verdugo, who regarded the two fortresses of Steenwijk and Coevorden as quite impregnable. The English auxiliaries under Vere had been sent to France, and Maurice's army was thus weakened. But the stadtholder's scientific skill in the art of beleaguering was able to accomplish what was regarded as impossible. Steenwijk fell on June 5 after a gallant defense, and despite the utmost efforts of Verdugo to raise the siege of Coevorden, that place also surrendered on September 12. Shortly afterwards, on December 3rd, the most redoubtable adversary of the States was removed by the death of Parma. Broken in spirit and ill from the effects of a wound, he had retired to Spa. He had long forfeited the confidence of the king, and died while on his way to meet the Count of Puentes, who had arrived at Brussels with a royal letter of recall. Until the arrival of the new governor, Archduke Ernest, his post was filled by the old Count of Mansfeld. The great event of Maurice's campaign of 1593 was the siege and capture of Geertruidenberg, the only town of Holland in the possession of the Spaniards which closed important waterways. The conduct of this siege, sometimes called the Roman Leaguer, from the astonishing scientific skill with which the methods of the ancients were applied in the construction of the besiegers' lines and approaches, put the crown upon Maurice's fame. Despite the neighborhood of Mansfeld with an army of 14,000 men, the town was taken June 25 after a siege of 3 months' duration. In the following year, the stadtholder's attention was once more turned to the north. After a 2-month siege, Groningen surrendered under the so-called Treaty of Reduction. This defined the terms on which the town, with the Omenlanden, became a province of the Union known as the Stadt en Landen. William Lewis was appointed its stadtholder. Maurice's 4 offensive campaigns had practically cleared the soil of the federated provinces from the presence of the Spanish garrisons, and the authority of the States General was now established within the defensible limits of a well-rounded and compact territory. End of Section 63. Read by William Bruce McFadden, McKinney, Texas. Section 64 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 19, The Dutch Republic, by the Reverend G. Edmundson, Part 2. In January 1595, Henry IV of France had declared war upon Spain, and sought a close alliance with the United Provinces. Thus, Archduke Ernest, as Viceroy of the Netherlands, found himself in a most difficult position. He had hostile armies on both sides of him, and the resources of Spain were already so exhausted that no money was forthcoming for the payment of troops. In these circumstances, Philip urged the Archduke to make an effort for peace with the States on equitable conditions upon the lines of the pacification of Ghent. But the States were in no mood to accept any conditions which recognized in any shape the sovereignty of Philip, and the king was unwilling to recognize their independence. The negotiations came to nothing. The arrival of Archduke Ernest in the southern Netherlands had been greeted with enthusiasm. Rumor pointed to his marriage with the Infanta and to the establishment at Brussels of a national government under their rule. But these expectations were speedily doomed to disappointment by the sudden death of the Archduke, February 20th, 1595. His place was taken ad interim by the Count of Fuentes, a Spanish grandee of the school of Alva, but a very capable commander. His year's administration of affairs was attended by more success in the field than had attended the Spanish arms since 1587. The efforts of the Allies in Luxembourg and along the southern frontier at Cambrai and Huy ended in failure. All the advantages of the campaign rested with the Spaniards. A serious disaster had meanwhile occurred to a portion of the States Army under Maurice. The stadtholder had made an attempt to seize Groenlo by surprise, but the veteran Mondragon had hastened to its relief. For months the two armies lay watching one another, but without coming to a decisive action. In a chance encounter on September 1st, a small troop of cavalry, sent out by Maurice to intercept a body of Spanish foragers, was completely defeated, and its leaders, Philip of Nassau, brother of the stadtholder of Friesland, and a brilliant scion of his house, and his cousin Ernest of Solras, were killed. Ernest of Nassau, Philip's brother, was taken prisoner. At the beginning of 1596, Fuentes was replaced as governor by Cardinal Archduke Albert of Austria, the favorite nephew of Philip, a far more capable man than his brothers, both as statesman and soldier. He brought with him reinforcements and some money, and finding the army well disciplined and ready for action, he resolved to emulate, if possible, the successes of the previous year. But Fuentes had departed, and both Verdugo and Mondragon had died immediately before his arrival. In the lack of Spanish generals of repute, Albert gave the command to a French refugee, the Seigneur de Rosnay. At this time a considerable body of the States troops were with Henry IV, who was besieging La Fère. His lines were so strong that it seemed hopeless to attempt to raise the siege by a direct attack. But acting on the advice of Rosnay, Albert's army suddenly advanced upon Calais, which was unprepared, and quickly surrendered to the Spaniards. It was a heavy and humiliating loss to the French, for which the capture of La Fère offered scant compensation. The Archduke, by the recapture of Hulst, followed up this striking success. Maurice had been so weakened by the detachment of his troops serving in France that he had been unable to attempt any offensive operations, nor was he able to prevent the powerful Spanish army from effecting the capture of Hulst, dearly purchased by 5,000 lives, including that of Rosnay himself. Albert, like his predecessor, had begun with futile peace overtures. The States General, on the contrary, were at this time engaged upon other negotiations, the issue of which marked a stage in the history of the United Provinces. Before the close of the year there was concluded between England, France, and the States a triple alliance, which had to be purchased by hard conditions, but which proclaimed the recognition by England and France of the United Provinces as a free and independent state. The States General undertook to maintain an army of 8,000 men in the Netherlands, to send an auxiliary force of 4,000 men to France, and lastly to give up the privilege, so important to the mercantile classes in Holland, of free trade with the enemy. The consent of the States of Holland to this requirement was obtained only with the greatest difficulty, and after it had been conceded, it was systematically evaded. The traffic with Spain and Portugal was still carried on clandestinely, and as the alliance was but of short duration, the forbidden trade was soon almost as vigorous as ever. The States, in fact, quickly found that their allies had agreed upon a secret treaty behind their backs, and it was necessary for them to look carefully to their own interests. Meanwhile, it was not the fault of the Netherlanders that the results attained were not more considerable. At hardly any stage of his career did the brilliant military talents of Maurice shine more conspicuously than in the campaign of 1597. It began with the astonishing victory of Turnhout. Near that village lay a considerable force under the command of an officer named Verax, which ravaged the neighborhood far and near. In January, while the armies were still in their winter quarters, Maurice, at the head of a body of troops rapidly collected from various garrison towns, set out with such secrecy and dispatch that he arrived quite unexpectedly within a few miles of Verax's camp. The Spanish general determined to effect a retreat under cover of the night. Maurice set out in pursuit with his cavalry only, and a couple of hundred musketeers mounted behind the riders, less than 800 men in all. He came up with the enemy just in time to prevent their making an escape behind a morass, and at once gave orders to charge. Verax did his utmost to draw up his wearied troops in order of battle, but no time was given him, and the rout was complete. In half an hour all was over. Out of a force of some 4,500 men, 2,000 were killed, among them Verax himself. 500 prisoners were taken, and 38 standards. Maurice lost only 8 or 10 men, and was back at the Hague within a week, having freed North Brabant and Zeeland from the incursions of the enemy. The summer campaign was one long succession of triumphs for the States. The Archduke had not enough money to maintain a large army on both his northern and his southern frontier, and had resolved to direct his chief attention to the French side. Henry IV was in even worse want of means, and the capture by the Spaniards of Amiens, with a quantity of stores, was a severe blow to him. But the way was now open to Maurice for prosecuting siege after siege without fear of interference. Rheinberg, Meurs, Grunloh, Bredevoort, Eschende, Uitmarsum, Oldenzaal, and Lingen all fell into his hands, and a very large district was added to the territory acknowledging the authority of the States General. The advantages of the French alliance, however, had ceased before the opening of another campaign on May 2, 1598. Henry concluded peace with Philip at Vervins. In vain the States had done their utmost to prevent this result. They were more successful with Elizabeth, to whom they sent an embassy in which Oldenbarnevelt personally took part. She consented to continue the war with Spain on condition that the States repaid by installments her loan to them, and agreed to send a large force to England in case of a Spanish invasion. On the other hand, she consented henceforth to have only one representative on the Council of State, and to allow the English troops in the service of the Netherlands, including among these the garrisons of the cautionary towns, to take the oath of allegiance to the States General. It had been for some time the intention of Philip to marry his eldest daughter, Isabel Clara Eugenia, to her cousin, Archduke Albert, and to erect the Netherland provinces into a sovereign state under their joint rule. Philip wished to conciliate the Netherlanders by conceding to them the appearance of independence, but the contract and a secret agreement which accompanied it was intended not only to secure the reversion of the provinces to the crown of Spain in case the Archduke should be childless, but to keep them in many respects subordinate to Spain and under Spanish suzerainty. Philip was undoubtedly prompted to take this step, in the first place, by affection for a daughter to whom he was deeply attached, and in the second place by his sincere zeal for the Catholic faith. Both Albert and Isabel possessed many qualities which fitted them to the difficult task. In May the instrument was signed which erected the old Burgundian provinces into a separate state under the rule of a descendant of Charles the Bold. In September, Philip II died. In November, the Archduke Albert, who had resigned his ecclesiastical dignities, was married by proxy to the Infanta, who was still in Spain. The old regime had passed away. The hopes of reunion and of peace placed upon the advent of the archdukes were speedily dissipated. Even in the south, the new sovereigns were received without enthusiasm and with suspicion. It was felt that a government was being set up, imbued with Spanish ideas, guided by Spanish counselors, and relying on Spanish garrisons. The war and the Inquisition had effectually crushed out all life and enterprise in the southern provinces, and the mere presence of a resident court and well-intentioned rulers at Brussels could do little to restore a ruined and desolate land. Very different was the state of things north of the Scheldt. Here the long struggle for existence had filled the people with a new spirit, and so far from bringing in their train exhaustion and misery, the very burden of the war had been productive of unexampled prosperity. Nothing in history is more remarkable than the condition of the United Provinces, and especially of the provinces of Holland and Zeeland, at the end of 30 years of incessant warfare. They had become the chief trading country of the world. The riveting of the Spanish yoke upon Brabant and Flanders by the arms of Parma had driven the wealthiest and most enterprising of the inhabitants of Antwerp, Bruges, and Ghent to take refuge in Holland and Zeeland, whither they brought with them their energy, their commercial knowledge, and their experience of affairs. The Hollanders and Zeelanders were above all things seafaring folk, and their industries had up to the time of the revolt been all connected with the sea. Their fisheries, and especially the herring fishery, employed many thousands of boats and fishermen, and were a great source of wealth. They were the carriers whose ships brought the corn and the timber from the Baltic, the wines from Spain and France, the salt from the Cape Verde Islands, to the wharves and warehouses of the Zuider Zee and the Meuse, and again distributed them to foreign markets. Had the Hollanders and Zeelanders not been able to keep the seas open to their ships, the revolt must have collapsed very speedily. As it was, their trade with each succeeding year grew and prospered. Even the Spaniards themselves were dependent upon their hated enemies for the very necessities of life, and the Dutchmen did not scruple to supply their foes when it was to their own profit. Thus trade thrived by the war, and the war was maintained by the wealth poured into the country, while the crushing burden of the taxes was lightened by the product of the charges for licenses and convoys, which were really paid by the foreigner. Commerce became a passion with the Hollanders and Zeelanders, and eagerness after gain by the expansion of trade possessed itself of all classes. The armies commanded by Maurice were mainly composed of foreigners. The Netherlanders themselves made the sea their element. In 1587, 800 vessels passed through the Sound for corn and timber. In 1590, the Dutchmen, not content with carrying the corn as far as Spain southward, penetrated into the Mediterranean and supplied Genoa, Naples, and other Italian towns with their commodities, and shortly afterwards they made their way to Constantinople and the Levant, under a permit from the Sultan obtained by the good offices of Henry IV. So greatly had this trade grown by the end of the century that in 1601 between 800 and 900 vessels sailed from Amsterdam for the Baltic to fetch corn within 3 days. Scarcely less remarkable was the expansion of the timber trade. In 1596 the first sawmill was erected in Zaandam. During the decade that followed, the shores of the Zaan became the staple of the timber trade of Europe. At the neighboring ports of Hume and Enkhuizen, shipbuilding attained a perfection unknown in other lands. The cloth and the linen trades also flourished, introduced by the skilled Flemish weavers who fled from persecution to Leyden and Haarlem. English cloth was imported to Holland to be dyed, and was sold as Dutch. Nor was the enterprise of this nation of traders confined to the European seas. The Gold Coast of Africa, both the Indies, and even distant China, allured adventurers to seek, in these distant regions, at the expense of the hated Spaniard who claimed monopoly of the ocean's east and west alike, fortunes surpassing those which were made in Europe. A certain Balthazar de Moucheron, a merchant of French extraction, who had been settled in Antwerp and fled from that city to Middelburg at the time of its capture by Parma, was the pioneer in these first efforts at a world-wide expansion of commerce. His earliest attempt was directed to the opening out of trade with Russia. In 1584 he established a factory at Archangel on the White Sea. This intercourse with the far north led to a scheme for reaching China and the East by the route of northern Asia, for which, after laying his plans before the stadholder and the advocate, Moucheron secured the support of the states of Holland. In 1594, 2 small vessels sailed from the Texel under William Barentz. They succeeded in passing through the Waigots in open water, but were quickly stopped by ice. Undeterred by the failure, a larger fleet under Heemskerk and Barentz in 1596 essayed the same venture. Amidst incredible sufferings, the winter was passed on the inhospitable shores of Nova Zembla. Barentz himself perished, but a remnant under Heemskerk made their escape home. The effort again was fruitless, but the story of these brave men's wintering in the frozen polar seas fascinated their contemporaries. The first voyage to the Gold Coast of Guinea was undertaken by Barent Eriksson of Medemblik in 1593, and from this time forward an ever-increasing number of ships made their way to the various river mouths of the Bight of Guinea and established friendly relations and a lucrative trade with the natives of the country. The first actual conquest on this coast was made by a large expedition dispatched in 1598 by Balthasar de Moucheron for the seizure of the island del Principe. But, before this, the daring enterprise of the 2 brothers Houtman had carried the Netherlands flag to the shores of India and the Malay archipelago. The way thither was no secret, for numerous Dutch sailors served on Portuguese ships, and had thus learned the route to Mozambique, Goa, and Malacca. The itinerarium of the famous traveler Jan Haugen Linschoten, a native of Enkhuizen who spent 5 years in the East Indies, aroused universal interest. Already, during the period of the Leicester regime, Linschoten found many of his countrymen occupying positions of trust in various parts of the Far East. Linschoten in 1594 went out as commissary of the States of Holland on the first expedition sent by Moucheron to discover the Northwest Passage. At this very time another expedition was being prepared by certain Amsterdam merchants to sail direct for the Indies by the usual route round the Cape. The moving spirit of this voyage was Cornels Houtman of Gouda, who, like Linschoten, had been in the Portuguese ships, and who, as upper commissary, was in command of the 4 vessels which set sail on April 2, 1595. They visited Madagascar, Java, Goa, and Malacca with varied fortunes, and after many dangers and hardships, reached Amsterdam once more in July 1597. Several small companies were now formed for exploiting the rich regions which had, for so long, been the preserve of the Portuguese. 3 at Amsterdam, 2 at Rotterdam, 2 in Zeeland, 1 at Delft. In 1598, no less than 8 large East India merchantmen were dispatched by 3 of these companies. A new source of national wealth had been discovered, and the only fear was that the trade would be ruined by the unlimited competition. Hitherto, the principle of Dutch commerce had been that of absolute free trade. Now, for the first time, a monopoly was created under the auspices of Oldenbarnevelt, and by the efforts of the States of Holland a charter was, on March 20, 1601, granted to an East India Company for 21 years. This company received, under certain restrictions, the exclusive right of trade to the East Indies under the protection of the States General, and was allowed to erect factories and forts, and to make alliances and treaties with the native princes and potentates, appoint governors, and employ troops. The company was divided into chambers, corresponding to the various small companies which had been amalgamated. The supreme government lay with a body known as the 17, on which Amsterdam had 8 representatives, Zeeland 4, the Meuse and North Quarter each 2, the last 3 having the right of jointly electing a 3rd member. This great company thus came into existence a short time before its English rival, and has the distinction of being the first of all chartered companies, and the model imitated by its many successors. Not content even with this extension of the sphere of their commercial enterprises and its vast possibilities, the eyes of the keen and eager traders were already turning westward as well as eastward. Netherlanders had first made acquaintances with the West Indies and Brazil in the Spanish or Portuguese service, and in 1593 Barent Eriksson, in his voyage to Guinea, had proceeded across the Atlantic to Brazil. It was, however, the fame of Raleigh's voyages and his account of the golden city of Manoa and the fabled riches of Guiana that spurred on the imagination of the adventurous Hollanders and Zealanders with feverish dreams of untold wealth, and led them to follow in his steps. Moucheron was again among the pioneers, and Dutch trading ships laden with articles of barter were to be found entering the Amazon, coasting along the shores of Guiana, and returning with cargoes of salt from the mines of Punta del Rey beyond the Orinoco. A certain Wilhelm Uselinx, also a Flemish refugee, first began to make his name known in the last decade of the 16th century as a strenuous advocate for the creation of a chartered West India Company. He did not succeed at this time, but for a quarter of a century he gave himself unceasingly to the task of urging upon the authorities the advantages and profits to be obtained by the establishment of colonies upon the American continent. Thus, then, their war for life and death had stirred the sluggish blood of the Dutch people, and had aroused in them a most extraordinary spirit of energy and enterprise. Peace overtures, unless accompanied by the concession of all their demands, were unlikely to find acceptance among traders thriving at the expense of their enemies, and dreading lest the cessation of warfare should close to them their best markets. Albert and Isabel did not make their joyeuse entree into Brussels until the close of 1599. During the absence of the Archduke, the Spanish armies had been under the command of the Admiral of Aragon, Mendoza, who, making the Duchy of Cleves his headquarters, had mastered Wesel, Rheinberg, and other strong places on the Rhine. The eastern provinces were still mainly Catholic and contained many Spanish sympathizers. But in spite of disputes and discontents in Friesland, and still more in Groningen, Maurice, at the head of a small army, more than held his own. The difficulty of raising taxes in these provinces, and also in Drenthe, Overijssel, and Gelderland, inclined the States General and the States of Holland during 1599 to content themselves with defensive warfare. In the following year, however, it was determined to raise a large force for offensive operations, and to undertake an invasion of Flanders with a view to the capture of Dunkirk. This seaport had for years been a nest of audacious pirates, who, by lying in wait for the Dutch merchantmen in the narrow seas, had become a constantly increasing menace and danger to navigation. All efforts to check the corsairs by armed force had proved in vain, though in the fierce fights which took place no quarter was given or taken. For the extirpation of the pirates by means of a land attack, an army of 12,000 men was embarked at Rammekens June 21, 1600, under the command of the stadtholder. The plan was to convey the troops by sea direct to Ostend, which had always throughout the war remained in the hands of the States, and was their sole possession in Flanders. Hence to march straight along the seashore, and after capturing Newport, to use it as a base for the further advance on Dunkirk. Curiously enough, this bold scheme of operations was proposed and carried out by the States General. In other words, by Oldenbarnevelt, who was supreme in that assembly. In spite of the opposition of Maurice and William Lewis, both of whom, together with all the other experienced military leaders, were adverse to so extremely hazardous an enterprise. Oldenbarnevelt had persuaded their high mightinesses that the moment was opportune for such a stroke, because a large part of the Archduke's troops were in open mutiny for lack of pay, and it was known that he had no funds for satisfying them. Maurice, on the other hand, believed it unsafe to denude the United Provinces of their entire field army and expose it, when far away from its base in an enemy's country, to the risk of being cut off and possibly destroyed. The States General, however, persisted, and Maurice now set to work with his usual thoroughness. At his request, however, a deputation of the States General took up their residence in Ostend to share the responsibility of the commander. Difficulties arose from the outset. Prevented from sailing by contrary winds, the army was forced to land in Flanders at Sas de Ghent, and to march by land to Newport. On June 27th, the fort of Udenburg was taken, and a garrison left in it. On July 1st, Maurice reached Newport and proceeded to invest the town. Meanwhile, the archdukes had not been idle. By lavish promises, Albert and Isabel succeeded in winning back the mutineers, and with great rapidity 10,000 foot and 1,500 cavalry were gathered together, all of them seasoned troops. With this army the Archduke quickly followed on the tracks of Maurice, seized Udenburg by surprise on July 1st, and thus cut off the communications of the stadtholder with Ostend and the United Provinces. The news of the rapid approach of the enemy was brought to Maurice by a fugitive. It found the States army separated in two parts by the tidal creek which formed the harbor of Newport, and which only could be crossed at low water. A few miles to the north, a small marshy stream over which on the previous morning Maurice had thrown a bridge at Leffingen entered the sea. He now dispatched his cousin Ernest Casimir with 2,000 infantry, Scots and Zealanders, and 4 squads of cavalry to seize the bridge and hold it against the Archduke until he was able to extricate the main body of the States Army from their dangerous position. When Ernest Casimir arrived at Leffingen, the bridge was already in Albert's hands, but he drew up his small force in battle order on the Downs to check the further advance of the Spaniards. Then ensued one of those unaccountable panics which sometimes seize the bravest soldiers. The Dutch cavalry turned their backs at the first onset, and their example infected the infantry, who, throwing away their arms, rushed along the Downs and onto the beach in headlong flight. Upwards of 600 were butchered or drowned, the chief loss falling upon the Scots. The sight of vessels putting out of the harbor of Newport, and the argument that never yet had Netherlanders withstood the Spanish veterans in the open field, determined Albert to give the order to advance. Meanwhile, the ebb had enabled Maurice to march his troops across the haven and draw them up in line of battle on the Downs. The ships that had been seen by the Spaniards were his transports, sent by him out of the harbor, probably to save them from the risk of being set on fire by the garrison at Newport while he and his army were fighting on the Downs. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon of July 2nd, the battle was formed. A brilliant charge of the States cavalry under Louis Gunther of Nassau opened the proceedings, and then the solid mass of the Spaniards and Italian foot, veterans who had conquered in many a hard-fought field, fell upon the vanguard of Maurice's army, consisting of 2,600 English and 2,800 Frisians under Sir Francis Vere. For more than 3 hours, every hillock and hollow of the sandy dunes was contested on both sides, hand to hand, backwards and forwards as the conflict flowed, until at last the gallant Vere himself was carried from the field severely wounded. Then the Englishmen and Frisians slowly gave way foot by foot, with their faces still to the foe. Louis Gunther's cavalry attempted to relieve them by a fierce charge, but it was driven back in confusion, and when the Archduke, who had been in the thick of the fight all day, ordered up his reserves, the States Army began to retire in disorder. All seemed lost. But Maurice, conspicuous by his orange plumes, threw himself into the ranks of the fugitives and succeeded in rallying a portion of his troops. The effect was instantaneous, for their adversaries in turn were thoroughly worn out by their 2 battles in the same day. A momentary pause in their advance enabled Maurice, with the keen eye of a great captain, to hurl upon their flank 3 squadrons of cavalry that he had kept as a last reserve. Scarcely offering any resistance, the army of the Archduke fell into inextricable confusion, turned their backs, and fled. Albert himself only just succeeded in making his escape to Bruges. Of his army, 5,000 were killed, above 700 were made prisoners, among them a number of distinguished officers, including Mendoza, and 105 standards were taken. Thus Maurice and his army were saved from the very jaws of destruction. But though the fame of the victory, which showed that even in the open field the dreaded Spanish infantry were not invincible, spread through Europe, it was in reality a barren triumph. In spite of the opposition of the States, Maurice resolved to run no more risks. He led back his army to Holland and attempted no further active operations. At this time were sown the seeds of the unhappy dissension between the stadtholder and the advocate. During the next 3 years, the siege of Ostend, July 15, 1601, September 20, 1604, occupied the energies of both combatants. The Archduke Albert had made up his mind to capture this seaport, which in the hands of the Dutch was a perpetual thorn in the side of Flanders. But the town was open to the sea, and was continually supplied from Zeeland with provisions, munitions, and reinforcements. Its first governor, Sir Francis Vere, was followed by a succession of brave and capable men, the majority of whom died fighting. Never was a more valorous defense, never a more obstinate attack. It was a long story of mines and countermines, of desperate assaults and bloody repulses, of fort after fort captured, only to find fresh forts and new lines of defense constructed by the indefatigable garrison. The efforts of Maurice in 1601 were confined to the recapture of the Rhine fortresses, Rheinberg and Meurs. In 1602, the important stronghold of Grave on the Meuse surrendered to him after a 2-month siege. In the autumn of 1603, Marquis Ambrosio de Spinola assumed command of the Spanish forces before Ostend. He was a rich Genoese banker who, though without any experience of war, had offered his services and his money to the archdukes, promising them that he would take Ostend. He kept his word. With a reckless expenditure of life, what was left of the town fell piece by piece into his hands. At length, in April 1604, the stadtholder yielded somewhat sullenly to the pressing request of the States General and led an army of 11,000 men into Flanders, seeking to relieve the pressure upon Ostend by laying siege to the equally important seaport of Sluys. It fell into his hands in August. Ostend was now at its last gasp, and the stadtholder was ordered to essay its relief by a direct march against Spinola's investing army. Maurice and William Lewis protested, but their protests were overruled. Before, however, they began to march southwards, Ostend had been surrendered September 20th. The town had already ceased to exist, and Spinola found himself, after all, the meister of a heap of confused and hideous ruins. The siege had lasted 3 years and 77 days, and had cost the archdukes, according to some authorities, the lives of more than 70,000 soldiers. The gallant defenders had succeeded in draining away the main strength of the Belgian forces and in exhausting the resources of the Brussels treasury, and before they had surrendered the poor little town on the sand dunes with its miserable harbor, the States had in Sluys possessed themselves of another Flemish seaport, far more commodiously situated and enabling them to command the southern entrance to the Scheldt. Sluys was strongly garrisoned, and Frederick Henry, the Maurice's younger brother, now 20 years of age, was appointed its governor. End of section 64. Read by William Bruce McFadden, McKinney, Texas.
Section 65 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Tad Davis, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Chapter 19, The Dutch Republic, by the Reverend G. Edmundson. Part 3. The military events of the next 2 years require but the briefest notice. The states were now isolated. James I of England had concluded a treaty of friendship with the archdukes. Henry IV of France was lukewarm. Maurice was now confronted by an active and exceedingly able young general, Spinola, whose army had confidence in its leader and, being regularly paid at his cost, followed him cheerfully. The policy of the stadtholder, who since the Newport campaign had been on far from friendly relations with Oldenbarnevelt and the States General, was strictly defensive. Yet such was the skill and vigor of Spinola that even in this Maurice was scarcely successful. The two armies faced each other for some time in the neighborhood of Sluys, when at the end of July the Marquis made a sudden and rapid march northwards towards Friesland. Spinola captured Oldenzaal and Lingen before Maurice was able to relieve these towns, and had he pressed on to Coevorden, it would probably have fallen into his hands, and the northeastern provinces would have lain at his mercy. But he paused in his march, perhaps from lack of supplies, and finally retreated towards the junction of the Ruhr with the Rhine. While halting here, an attempt was made by Maurice on October 8, 1605, to surprise an isolated body of Italian cavalry, but a sudden panic seized the state's troops, and despite the desperate exertions of Frederick Henry, who at the risk of his life succeeded in rallying some of the flying troops, a sharp and humiliating reverse closed the campaign. The events of 1605 certainly damaged the stadtholder's reputation. A severe illness kept Spinola from the front the whole of the next spring, but in June he set out with the intention of forcing the passage of the Waal or the Yssel and making an inroad into the very heart of the United Provinces. He was thwarted partly by the skillful defensive positions taken up by Maurice, but still more by a season of continuous rain, which turned the whole country into a morass. Foiled in his main purpose, Spinola laid siege in succession to Groll and Rheinberg, both of which were taken, without any attempt on the part of Maurice to relieve them. His conduct throughout these operations excited some censure, both among friends and foes, but his Fabian tactics were undoubtedly advantageous to the interests of the states. For the Brussels treasury was empty, Spinola's personal credit exhausted, and mutiny rife among his troops. Moreover, it was on sea and not on land that the most damaging blows could be struck at the unwieldy empire of Spain. The operations of the East India Company had been on a large scale and had been attended with much success. Not merely had the monopoly of Spain and Portugal in the Orient been invaded, but their dominion there had been seriously shaken. A great fleet of 17 vessels under the command of Admiral Warwick and Vice Admiral de Weert sailed in 1602 and was absent for more than 5 years. All the principal islands of the Malay archipelago, as well as Ceylon, Siam, and China, were visited. In 1604, another expedition of 13 ships under Stephen van der Hagen was sent to Malabar and the Moluccas. Factories were established and ports built at Amboina, Tidor, and other places, and the fleet returned in 1606 with a very rich cargo of cloves and other spices. On his return voyage, van der Hagen met at Mauritius a third outward-bound fleet of the company under Cornelis Matalief. This force consisted of 11 small armed ships manned by 1,400 sailors. In the summer of 1606, Matalief laid siege to the Portuguese fortress of Malacca, situate in a commanding position at the southernmost extremity of the Malay Peninsula. Here he was attacked on August 17th by Alfonso de Castro, the Spanish viceroy of India, at the head of a vastly superior fleet consisting of 18 galleons and galleys, carrying 4,000 to 5,000 soldiers and sailors. A fierce but indecisive action resulted in the first instance in the raising of the siege of Malacca. On hearing, however, that the Castro had sailed away, leaving only 10 ships in the roadstead of Malacca for the defense of the place, Matalief returned and on September 21st fell upon the Spaniards. One of the most complete victories in naval records was the result. Every single vessel of the enemy was destroyed or burnt, while the Dutch scarcely lost a man. After visiting China and establishing the authority of the company at Amboina, Tidor, Ternate, Bantam, and other places, Matalief left the further conduct of affairs in eastern waters to Paul van Carden, who met him at Bantam at the head of yet another fleet, while he himself returned home with 5 ships laden with spices, bringing into the midst of peace negotiations the great tidings of his adventures and victories. Nor were the maritime triumphs of the Netherlanders confined to distant oceans. As their fleets returned, laden with rich cargoes, along the west coast of Africa, they had to run the gauntlet of Spanish and Portuguese squadrons, suddenly putting out from Lisbon or Cadiz or other Iberian ports. After voyages extending over 2 or more years, the East Indiamen, by the time they passed the straits, were no longer in good seaworthy condition or fighting trim, and thus ran a constant risk of falling an easy prey to their enemies. In 1607, news reached the States of the gathering of a large Spanish fleet at Gibraltar, supposed to be destined for the East Indies, and under pressure from the directors of the East India Company, the States determined to equip a large expedition with the object of either intercepting this fleet or attacking it in the Spanish harbor. Early in April, 26 vessels set sail under the command of Jacob van Heemskerk, the hero of the Nova Zembla wintering and one of the bravest and most skillful of Dutch seamen. He was a man gentle and quiet in private life, but the joy of battle was as the very breath of his nostrils. He found anchored in Gibraltar Bay the entire Spanish fleet of 21 vessels, 10 of them great galleons, beside which the Dutch ships seemed mere pygmies. The Spanish Admiral de Vila was likewise an experienced veteran who had fought at Lepanto. Heemskerk at once gave the order to attack and directed that each of the great galleons should be assailed by 2 Dutch ships, one at each side. Heemskerk laid his own flagship alongside that of de Vila, and so opened the fight. At the very beginning of the struggle, both admirals were killed, but Heemskerk's death was concealed and his comrades carried out his instructions and fought with desperate resolution, in his own ship to avenge his loss, in the others as if the eye of their chief had been still upon them. The victory was complete, and the Spanish fleet was annihilated. Between 2,000 and 3,000 of their crews perished. On the Dutch side, no ship was destroyed, and only about 100 sailors were killed. This crushing and humiliating disaster to the Spanish arms had a powerful effect in hastening forward the negotiations for peace, in which both parties, now thoroughly weary of war, were at the time seriously engaged. The first step had been taken by the archdukes, who secretly dispatched Father Neyen, Albert's Franciscan confessor, to open relations with Oldenbarnevelt and the stadtholder. The states, however, refused to enter into negotiations of any sort unless they were treated as a free and independent power. The archdukes therefore at length consented to negotiate with the United Provinces in the quality and as considering them free provinces and states over which they had no pretensions, subject to the ratification of the King of Spain within 3 months. They offered to negotiate either on the basis of a peace or for a truce of 12, 15, or 20 years. Meanwhile, it was arranged that an armistice for 8 months should be concluded, Heemskerk's fleet recalled, and no military operations of any kind carried on. At the very beginning of the negotiations, it was clear that in the United Provinces there was much division of opinion. On the side of peace stood Oldenbarnevelt, and with him a majority of the burgher regents, who believed that the land could no longer bear the burden of taxation, and that the prosperity which had attended commerce in wartime would be largely increased by peace, so long as sufficiently favorable terms as to liberty of trading could be secured. At the head of the war party was Prince Maurice, with William Lewis of Friesland, the military and naval leaders, and a considerable number of the leading merchants. Maurice had lived in camps from boyhood. His fame had been won, not in the council chamber, but at the head of armies. Peace for him meant enforced idleness and great loss of emoluments. Still, though not uninfluenced by personal motives, both he and William Lewis were far too good patriots not to put on one side any purely selfish reasons for opposing that which they believed to be to the advantage of the land. But they, and those who thought with them, did not trust the Spaniard. They did not believe that peace could be obtained without closing the Spanish Indies, east and west, to Dutch trade, and with numbers of their countrymen they dreaded lest the southern Netherlands should once more become formidable commercial rivals, and Antwerp again, as a seaport, vie with and perhaps surpass Amsterdam. At last, in October 1607, it was signified that the king agreed to treat with the states as independent parties, but on condition that religious liberty to Catholics should be conceded during the negotiations. The document was in many points far from pleasing to the states, but by the exertions of the French ambassador, President Jeannin, and his English colleague, difficulties were smoothed away, and at last, on February 1, 1608, the envoys from Brussels arrived in Holland with a brilliant retinue. At the head of the deputation were Spinola and Richardot, the president of the Archduke's Privy Council. The stately procession was met near Rijswijk by the stadtholders, Maurice and William Lewis of Nassau, attended by a splendid suite. The two famous generals greeted one another with much ceremony and courtesy, and side by side made their entry into The Hague. The States General, appointed as special commissioners to represent the United Provinces, Count William Lewis of Nassau and Walraven, Lord of Brederode, and with them were associated a deputy from each of the 7 provinces under the leadership of Oldenbarnevelt as a representative of Holland. The envoys of France, England, Denmark, the Palatinate, and Brandenburg took an active part in the discussions, and it was largely owing to the skill and sagacity of Jeannin that, in spite of almost insuperable difficulties, an agreement was eventually arrived at. The admission of the independence and sovereignty of the United Provinces met with less opposition on the part of the archdukes than was expected. Their policy, though not openly avowed, was to conclude a truce, not a peace, and thus to leave the dispute as to the sovereignty over the provinces to the arbitrament of a future war. It was a concession intended to be temporary, made with the object of gaining time for recruiting their ruined finances and gathering fresh resources, so as to renew hostilities at a favorable opportunity. Richardot raised no difficulties as to the declaration of independence. Indeed, he said plainly that he had full powers to treat with them as free states, or as a kingdom, if they pleased so to name themselves. The objection raised by the Dutch against the use of the seal of the 17 provinces by the archdukes caused more difficulty, but on this point also Richardot at length gave way. The avowed object was still to conclude a definite peace, for Maurice and his party had declared themselves absolutely opposed to a truce, and the Spanish-Belgian representatives were too clever diplomatists to show their hand at so early a stage of the discussions. The two thorny questions related to freedom of trade in the Indies and to liberty of public worship to the Roman Catholics in the States. At first, the question as to religious liberty was allowed to fall into the background, and for week after week the right of trading in the Indies was acrimoniously discussed. Public opinion in the provinces, and especially in Holland, was deeply stirred. A long series of pamphlets issued from the printing press against the peace. The traders and the Calvinist preachers were all strongly on the side of Maurice, and Oldenbarnevelt was roundly accused of being a traitor in the pay of Spain. Even had he felt disposed to yield as to the Indian trade, and there is nothing to show that his determination to uphold freedom of commerce ever wavered, the advocate, with all his self-will and firmness of purpose, dared not hold out against the public voice. The Spaniards, on the other hand, would not yield in a matter touching the traditional principles of their policy. A deadlock ensued. The time of the armistice expired and had to be renewed. Several of the foreign envoys left The Hague. President Jeannin went to Paris to consult the king, and Father Nayen journeyed to Madrid. On his return, it was found that the King of Spain insisted on closing the Indies to foreign traders and also on the re-establishment of public Roman Catholic worship. But on each of these points the deputies of the states were likewise steadfast. The negotiations appeared to be broken off, and both sides were preparing for a renewal of the war, when a proposal was made by the envoys of France and England to act as mediators on the basis of a 12 years' truce. The real author of the proposal was the resourceful President Jeannin. Peace was plainly impossible, but Jeannin hoped to induce the Dutch to agree to a truce on condition that so long as it lasted, the trade to India should remain free and the religious question untouched. He was probably aware that the Spaniards were eager for such a proposal and would make sacrifices to obtain the respite from war that was so necessary to them. The difficulty lay in the attitude of Maurice, who had from the first been utterly averse to a truce, but on the other hand Oldenbarnevelt was heart and soul with the president. The skillful arguments of the French envoy and the powerful influence and persuasions of the advocate gradually won over the assent of the provinces, though Zeeland was long recalcitrant, and at last the stadtholder sullenly and doubtfully gave way. The final discussions took place at Antwerp, and on April 9, 1609, the long drawn-out parleyings at length came to an end, and a truce for 12 years was signed and sealed. Jeannin was able to inform the French king that his labors had been crowned with success to the general satisfaction of everyone, and even of Prince Maurice. The suspension of hostilities recognized the status quo as regarded territorial possessions, and all points on which the states had insisted were conceded. The treaty was concluded with them in the quality of free states over which the archdukes made no pretensions. No mention was made of granting liberty of worship to Roman Catholics, but in a secret treaty consisting of a single clause, the King of Spain promised that during the truce he would cause no impediment to the traffic of the Dutch in whatever place it might be carried on. To save Spanish pride, the word Indies was never mentioned, though it was implied. The concession of freedom of trade thus wrung from Philip III was one that nothing but dire necessity would ever have induced the King of Spain to grant. The immediate effect of the truce was an increase of Oldenbarneveldt's influence over the policy and government of the new republic, which now for the first time took its place in the European system as a free and independent state. To the advocate statecraft had been very largely due the building up of the Commonwealth during the quarter of a century after the murder of William the Silent. He was now, during the opening period of the 12 years' truce, by his consummate skill in the conduct of foreign affairs, to secure for the United Provinces a weight and influence in the councils of Europe out of all proportion to the size or population of the newborn state. A critical question arose for settlement almost immediately after the signing of the truce. The death in March 1609 of Duke John William of Jülich and Cleves, without male heirs, brought a number of claimants for the vacant succession into the field, and the principal competitors, the Elector of Brandenburg and the Count Palatine of Neuburg, came to an understanding to occupy the disputed territory jointly, whence they were known as the possessors. The Dutch, whose interest in the matter was clear, since the duchies lay upon their borders, and it was important for their security that this territory should not fall into the hands of a Spanish partisan, were willing to recognize the possessors accordingly. But the emperor had not acknowledged their claims and had allowed Archduke Leopold, Bishop of Passau, to enter the duchies at the head of an armed force and seize the fortress of Jülich. Henry IV of France, who had long been meditating war against the House of Habsburg, and who was at the moment exceedingly irritated with the archdukes because they had given refuge at Brussels to the fugitive Princess of Condé, seized the occasion offered by the Jülich succession to hurry on his armaments, and he did his utmost to induce the states to join him in overthrowing the power of their hereditary enemies. The French armies were already marching to the Rhine and the Pyrenees, and the states had agreed to support the invasion of Germany with an army of 18,000 men under Prince Maurice, when the knife of Ravaillac terminated the career and the schemes of Henry on May 14, 1610. The new French government was well disposed to Spain and Austria, and a complete change of policy took place. The states thus escaped being drawn into a large war, but it was felt that it was impossible for them to allow the duchies to fall into the hands of an Austrian prince. Maurice, therefore, in the early summer marched into the country and laid siege to Jülich. Though the place was strong, it capitulated on September 1st, and the Archduke left the territory. Not till 1613 was the interference of the Dutch in the affairs of the duchies again called for. In that year, as was sooner or later to be expected, the possessors fell out, and Neuburg called in Catholic aid for the maintenance of his rights. Hostilities ensued, and Maurice and Spinola once again found themselves face to face in the field. There was, however, no actual fighting, and the dispute was settled without serious consequences by the Treaty of Xanten, November 12, 1614, by which a division of the duchies was made between the two rivals. The relations of the Republic with England had meanwhile required delicate handling. The wide extension of Dutch commerce caused no small jealousy and envy to Englishmen. English trade had also been growing, though to a far less extent than that of their neighbors, and Dutch and English traders had met in rivalry on many distant seas. At the time of the signature of the truce, the burning question between the two nations was that of fishing rights. At the beginning of the 17th century, the herring fishery employed more hands in the provinces than any other occupation, and many thousands of households lived by it. The right to fish on the English coast had been conceded by ancient treaties and had been unchallenged since its confirmation by the well-known Magnus Intercursus of 1496. But since in the last years of Elizabeth English fishery had grown, quarrels frequently arose between the fishermen, and the claims of England to the dominium maris in the seas which washed its shores began to be loudly disputed. The result was that in May 1609, James I issued an edict imposing a tax on all foreigners fishing in English waters. The terms were general, but it was directed against the Dutch. An embassy was accordingly sent to England in the spring of 1610, whose chief object was to endeavor to obtain the withdrawal of the fishery edict, or at least a favorable modification of it. Friendly relations with the States were at that time of importance to James, as a counterpoise to the rapprochement between France and Spain after the death of Henry, and after no small wrangling and controversy over the juridical points raised in Grotius's treatise Mare Liberum, published in the previous year, the king consented to a suspension of the offensive tax. The wranglings over the legal aspects of the question went on, however, year by year. Many pamphlets were written, and public opinion was strongly roused on both sides of the North Sea. At last, in 1616, James, then leaning towards a Spanish alliance, the tax was reimposed, whereupon serious collisions ensued, and actual fighting took place between the royal officers who tried to collect the tax and the Dutch fisherfolk, who sturdily refused to pay. Nor was this the only cause of dissension between the nations. Strife had arisen between the traders of the rival East India companies in the Indian seas, and Englishmen had been killed by Dutchmen at Amboina. In Russia, too, upon the shores of the White Sea, the same struggle for commercial privileges was in progress. Off the inhospitable coasts of Spitzbergen and Greenland, the whalers of the two nationalities had hostile encounters and had to be escorted by armed convoys. Such was the bitterness of feeling that in 1618 another important embassy to King James found great difficulty in arriving at an understanding on most of the points in dispute. The skillful diplomacy of Oldenbarnevelt had for some years previously greatly improved the relations of the states with England. The retention of the cautionary towns by the English sovereign had always been a menace to the security of the provinces of Holland and Zeeland, and had cast a kind of slur over the newly acquired independence of the Republic. In 1615, the advocate took advantage of the financial needs of James, always in want of money, to offer him a sum of £250,000 for the restoration of the pledged towns, £100,000 in cash, and £50,000 in 3 installments at 6 months' intervals. The amount was far less than the debt claimed by England, but James was tempted by the offer, and Oldenbarnevelt at once closed with the king. In June 1616, the English garrisons were withdrawn. The sphere of Oldenbarnevelt's diplomatic activity was by no means confined to the immediately neighboring states. An alliance was concluded with the Hanse towns, and in 1615 an army of 7,000 men under Frederick Henry advanced into Germany and raised the siege of Brunswick, which was beleaguered by Christian IV of Denmark. The object of this alliance was to secure a still greater hold over the Baltic trade and to compel the warlike king of Denmark to lower the dues charged by him for the passage of the Sound. With this object, embassies were also sent to Sweden and Russia, and friendly relations established with those countries. In 1614, a Russian embassy appeared at The Hague. The advocate's son-in-law, von der Myle, was in 1609 dispatched upon a mission to Venice. The Venetians had been for some time friendly to the States, and in 1610 their first ambassador, Tommaso Contarini, arrived in Holland. The object was to free the Dutch trade in the Mediterranean, and a commercial treaty, 1609, with Morocco, and a mission to Constantinople, 1612, gave proof of Oldenbarnevelt's vigilant and far-seeing foreign policy. Within a few years of the conclusion of the truce, he had secured for the United Provinces a recognized position among European powers, and had established his claim to be consulted on all matters affecting international politics. A sad reverse to this picture of advancing influence and prosperity is offered by the story during the same period of the internal affairs of the Republic. It must be remembered that in 1609 there existed no such thing as a Dutch nation, but instead of it only a congeries of provinces and town corporations, each of them with sovereign attributes held together by the loosest political ties. Moreover, while this many-headed government knew no supreme controlling authority, the great mass of the people had no voice in the control of their own affairs. A large majority, possibly two-thirds of the entire population, adhered to the ancient Catholic faith and submitted to exclusion by an intolerant Protestant minority from all political rights and from the exercise of public worship. Nor had even this Protestant population any real voice as such in the government of the country. There was no such thing as popular election. The town corporations, the ultimate depositaries of sovereign power, were close, self-co-opting oligarchies in no sense representative even of the Protestant inhabitants. The situation was redeemed from impracticability and the machinery of public administration made to work, partly because the Dutch people were by nature patient, plodding, and easily led, keen as to trade and material welfare rather than politics, partly because the administrative and executive power had, during the years of stress and struggle which followed the departure of Leicester, come into the hands of two men, Oldenbarnevelt and Maurice of Nassau. The cessation of the war in 1609 found them face to face, suspicious of each other's aims, and treating one another in their public relations with a cold aloofness that might quickly be changed into open enmity. But Maurice, slow and inert by nature and averse from politics, was not the man to take the initiative in opposition to the advocate. Some years before this he might have become sovereign of the Netherlands with the help of Oldenbarnevelt himself and the universal assent of the people had he cared to push himself forward, and now he had no wish to interfere with all those practical details of administration which he knew that the burgher statesman, with his unrivaled experience, was better able to discharge than any other living Netherlander. Probably no serious quarrel would ever have arisen between them on merely political grounds, but a religious crisis, which had long been threatening to reach an acute stage, arose. In the fanatical bitterness of sectarian strife, civil war broke out, and the force of circumstances compelled the two leaders, though neither of them theologians or violent religious partisans, to take opposite sides. End of section 65. Recording by Tad Davis.
Section 66 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 19, The Dutch Republic, by the Reverend G. Edmundson, Part 4. The Protestantism of the northern Netherlands had always been Calvinistic, but not of one pattern. From the first, there had been two schools of opinion: the rigidly orthodox Calvinists, who called themselves Reformed, and were known by those of the opposite party as Precisians, and the liberal or evangelical party, who were commonly spoken of as Politicals or Libertines. To this moderate libertine school, William the Silent himself had belonged, and it counted among its sympathizers Oldenbarnevelt and a considerable number of the regents. The adherence of these two great leaders to the Libertines was due not so much to religious conviction as to a statesmanlike desire for toleration in matters of faith, so far as was consistent with the national safety, in order to preserve the supremacy of the civil power over church and state. In opposition to this party stood the large majority of the preachers and of the Reformed congregations throughout the provinces, who held predestinarian doctrines of the strictest type, and who, in the very spirit of absolute intolerance which they had so loudly condemned when exercised against themselves by the Church of Rome, would have persecuted and deprived of civil rights those who refused to subscribe to the theological dogmas and tenets set forth in the Netherland Confession and the Heidelberg Catechism. The desire of this party was that a national synod should be summoned, which should decide authoritatively on all points of controversy and create a reformed state church, which would have supreme control of religion throughout the land. The libertines, on the other hand, dreaded such a consummation, and relying upon the provisions of Article 13 of the Union of Utrecht, insisted on the independence of the provincial churches, and even in this case preferred that the classis, rather than the synod, should be the unit, and that the bond between the separate congregations should be loosened rather than tightened. From the days of Leicester the strife had gone on, until at last it was brought to a head by the rivalry of two professors of theology at Leyden, Gomarus and Arminius, the protagonists of the two schools. Franciscus Gomarus had held his chair already for 8 years, when Prince Maurice, through the influence of his chaplain, the eloquent and learned Johannes Uyttenbogart, obtained from the curators of the university in 1602 the nomination of Jacobus Arminius, for many years well known as a preacher at Amsterdam, to fill the chair vacant through the death of Franciscus Junius. The prince, who did not pretend to be a theologian or to feel interest in theological disputations, little foresaw the consequences which were to follow from this appointment. Round each of these leaders a band of disciples gathered. Gomarus, in lecture room and pulpit, assailed the teaching of Arminius, who, on his part, was as ready in attack and as skillful in defense as his adversary. The chief subject of contention and argument between them was the abstruse doctrine of predestination, and as, with the course of years, the disputes became warmer, so did their divergences of opinion tend to accentuate themselves and become wider. Repeated demands were made for the convening of a synod to settle the disputed points and, if necessary, to revise the confession and the catechism. But the states, in the midst of the long protracted peace negotiations, shrank from taking a step sure to give rise to embittered feeling. In 1609, shortly after the conclusion of the truce, Arminius died. Hereupon, however, under the leadership of Uyttenbogart, and with the connivance of Oldenbarnevelt, the Arminians bound themselves together in a defensive league and determined to appeal against the Gromartis to the states of Holland. At a convention held at Gouda, June 1610, the famous petition, known as the Remonstrante, was drawn up, which in 5 articles defined the Arminian position, and an appeal was made to the states to submit the questions raised to the judgment of a national synod, summoned by and under the control of the civil authority. These articles expressed the dissent of the Remonstrants, by which name the Arminians were henceforth known, from the cardinal tenets of the orthodox Calvinistic faith on the subject of predestination, election, and grace. The Gomartists replied in a contra remonstrante, from which they obtained the appellation of contra remonstrants. They claimed that these matters could only be dealt with by a purely church synod, and in 7 articles restated in their most stringent and uncompromising form the stern dogmas of Calvin in regard to the points raised by their opponents, accusing them of holding the heresies of Socinians and Pelagians, and of being allies of the Papists. These accusations, and especially the last, drew to the side of the contra-remonstrants a large majority of the Protestant portion of the population throughout the provinces. But although the remonstrants were thus numerically weaker than their opponents in nearly every part of the United Provinces, they had many adherents among the privileged burgher oligarchies, and could command a majority in the states of Holland, Utrecht, and Overijssel. Oldenbarnevelt had been greatly perturbed by these church quarrels. As to the particular points of dispute, he probably had formed no very definite conclusions. But all his sympathies, as statesman and politician, were with the Remonstrants. In the first place, because theirs was the broader and more tolerant creed, and still more, because they did not, like their opponents, set up the authority of the Church against that of the state. He was inflexibly opposed to the claims of the ultra-Calvinists on this head, and was determined to uphold the supremacy of the secular power and its right to intervene in ecclesiastical disputes. Accordingly, in 1613, the proposals of the Contra-Remonstrants for the summoning of a national church synod were, through the influence of the advocate, rejected. And in January 1614, the States of Holland passed a resolution which forbade the preachers to treat of the disputed questions in the pulpits, and imposing upon them moderation and diffidence in dealing with such abstruse matters. The resolution was moved by the youthful pensionary of Rotterdam, Hugo de Groot, Grotius, now rising into fame through the extraordinary brilliancy of his intellectual gifts and his many-sided learning. And it secured the votes of a majority of the states, despite the violent opposition of several important towns, including Amsterdam. The passing of this resolution, though undoubtedly intended to be a measure of conciliation, acted as a declaration of war. Obedience was refused in Amsterdam and elsewhere by the grammarists, supported by the town councils. A deputation was sent by the states to Amsterdam, with de Groot at its head, to secure obedience to the law in the commercial capital. But by a small majority, the town council refused to cooperate. But whatever the opposition, the advocate was resolved to carry matters with a high hand, and, where it should be necessary, in accordance with the church ordinances of 1591, to enforce obedience to the authority of the state. The beginning of 1617 thus saw the country on the verge of civil war. The Contra-Remonstrant ministers were driven from Rotterdam and other places where the town councils were Arminian, and in The Hague a well-known preacher, Roseus, being forbidden the use of his pulpit, established himself, accompanied by his congregation, close by at Ryswyck. But now a difficulty confronted the advocate. Popular riots broke out in many places. It became evident that his policy could not be carried out without the employment of military force, and military force could only be employed with the consent and aid of the stadtholder, who was captain general of the forces of the Union. But Maurice, after long hesitation, had made up his mind to join the enemies of Oldenbarnevelt. Despite the alienation which had been growing up between him and the advocate for a considerable number of years, Maurice was very loath to stir up civil war, and to take up the sword against the great statesman who had been his father's friend, and whose weighty services to the national cause he fully recognized. He was long undecided and halting between two opinions, for his friend and court chaplain, Uytenbogart, was the leading spirit among the Remonstrants, and he himself is reported to have said on one occasion that he was a soldier and not a theologian, and on another that he did not know whether predestination was blue or green. Moreover, his stepmother, Louise de Colonne, whom he was accustomed to consult, and to whom he always showed the greatest respect and deference, favored the Arminians, as did also her son, Frederick Henry. But there were powerful influences drawing him the other way, which slowly gained complete supremacy over him. The first was that of his cousin, William Lewis, who was a zealous and convicted Calvinist. William Lewis urged Maurice to take up a decided attitude in defense of the cause of the Protestant religion, the destruction of which he honestly held to be threatened by the action of Oldenbarnevelt and the States of Holland. The arguments of William Lewis were reinforced and supported by those of Francis van Aerssens, who owed Oldenbarnevelt a grudge for the loss of his place as ambassador of the States at Paris, and of Sir Dudley Carleton, who had lately arrived as English ambassador at The Hague. Through the persuasive insinuations of Aerssens, whose early advancement had been entirely due to Oldenbarnevelt, and who had been his trusted friend for many years, Maurice learnt to distrust Oldenbarnevelt, and even to believe him to be in secret collusion with the French king to the detriment of his country, and his advocacy of the truce to have been purchased with Spanish gold. Under these influences, Maurice openly proclaimed himself in favor of the Contra-Remonstrants and of their resistance to the authority of the States of Holland. Oldenbarnevelt saw that instead of receiving the support of the stadtholder, and therefore of the army, he must count upon their active opposition. But he was too long accustomed to rule, and too proud to go back from the course which he had marked out for himself. Perceiving civil war to be inevitable, he resolved on a bold step, and in December 1616 proposed to the States of Holland that they should, in the exercise of their rights as a sovereign province, raise a force of 4,000 men who should be in their own service, taking an oath of allegiance to them, and at the disposal of the magistrates for the enforcement of order. After some delay, the advocate prevailed. The mercenaries thus raised for special local purposes, and not forming part of the regular army, were known as waardgelders. The proposal was, however, not carried into effect until some months later, and then only partially. In truth, both sides, though determined not to yield, were afraid of taking any decisive step which would entail a breach of the peace. Efforts were made at conciliation. Conferences were from time to time held between Maurice and Oldenbarnevelt, still ostensibly friends. But as the months went by, men's minds became more and more exasperated, and the country fell asunder into two hostile camps. The situation was full of strange anomalies. The two stadtholders, working together, who were determined that a national synod should be summoned, commanded in the States General the votes of 4 out of the 7 provinces. In May 1617, the States General agreed, by a bare majority, to hold the synod, and the States of Holland, again by a narrow majority, refused to accede. A powerful minority, speaking in the name of 6 towns, chief among which was Amsterdam itself, was strongly Gomarist, and was supported by popular opinion throughout the province. Maurice was at length provoked to declare himself openly the champion of the contra-remonstrants. On July 9, forcible possession was, by direction of the prince, taken of the cloister church at The Hague for the use of the proscribed sect, and a fortnight later, July 23rd, the prince, accompanied by his cousin, Count William Lewis, and a large retinue, attended divine service there. This direct challenge to the States of Holland the advocate did not hesitate to take up. On August 4th, he proposed to the States a momentous resolution known as the Sherpa Resoluta. It was passed on the following day, the prince himself being present in the assembly, and was a thoroughgoing assertion of the sovereignty of the province of Holland. Assent was refused to the summoning of a synod, whether national or provincial, as infringing the rights and supremacy of the states in matters of religion. The regents of the cities were admonished to maintain the peace and to enroll men-at-arms when required for their security. All officials, soldiers in the pay of the province, deputed councillors, and magistrates were to take an oath of obedience to the states on pain of dismissal, and were to be accountable not to the ordinary tribunals, but to the States of Holland only. Maurice was very angry, for as stadtholder he was the servant of the provincial states, and was bound to aid in carrying out their will. It was a reductio ad absurdum of the position that as captain and admiral general of the Union, he was the servant of the States General, and bound to execute the orders of their high mightinesses. To complicate matters, the minority in the States of Holland, headed by Reinier Pauw, speaking in the name of Amsterdam, uttered a strong protest against this action of the majority, and practically there was no power but the sword to compel these recalcitrant corporations to carry out the resolution. Indeed, they openly announced their intention of disregarding it. The sharp resolution, passed, Oldenbarnevelt, on the plea of ill health, betook himself to Utrecht, leaving de Groot and the deputed councillors in charge of affairs at The Hague. There can be little doubt that his object was to strengthen by his presence and counsel the hands of his supporters in the states of the only province which had continued firm on the side of Holland. He did not return to The Hague till November 6th. Meanwhile, levies of waardgelders had been raised in several cities. This led to action being taken by the States General. Urged by the two stadtholders, their high mightinesses sent letters of warning both to the provincial states and the several towns, in which they pointed out the dangerous consequences that might follow. Still, the levies went on, although both sides hesitated to proceed to extremities. But the leaders were active. A deluge of pamphlets, lampoons, and caricatures poured forth from the press, and the partisans of the stadtholder against the advocate, of contra-remonstrant against remonstrant principles, of provincial sovereignty against the supremacy of the States General, were preparing themselves for a struggle that had become inevitable. The most strenuous supporters of Oldenbarnevelt were the pensionaries of Rotterdam, Leyden, and Haarlem, de Groot, Hogerbaets, and de Haan. His bitterest opponents were Francis van Arsens and Reinier Pauw, Burgomeister of Amsterdam. To these two last named were due in large measure the violent personal attacks persistently and publicly made upon the advocate, who was accused of many crimes and misdemeanors in both his public and private life. To meet these calumnies, Oldenbarnevelt published a lengthy defense of his life, character, and conduct throughout the whole of his career. This Remonstrante he presented to the States of Holland, sending a copy, accompanied by a conciliatory letter, to Maurice. Though this document has served to clear the memory of the advocate from the aspersions of his contemporaries, it had practically no effect upon minds poisoned and prejudiced by venomous charges and scurrilous abuse. At last the States General determined upon decisive action. Legally, they had no right to enforce their will upon a sovereign province, but matters had come to a deadlock, and on their side, in the ultimate resort, was the power of the sword, in the person of the Prince of Orange, whose honored name and high deeds secured for him the willing obedience of the soldiery. On July 9, 1618, the question of the Waardgelders was discussed at the Assembly of the States General, and on July 23 it was resolved that a commission, with Maurice at its head, should be sent to Utrecht to demand, and, if necessary, to compel the disbanding of the levy. In reply to this challenge, the States of Holland sent another commission, headed by de Groot and Hogerbaets, to support the Utrechters and urge them to maintain their rights. It arrived on July 24th, followed on the next day by the commissioners of the Generality, with the prince and a body of officers. As neither party showed signs of yielding, Maurice, on the evening of July 31st, entered the town at the head of a body of troops. Early next morning, he summoned the Waardgelders to lay down their arms. He was at once obeyed. There was no opposition. De Groot and his colleagues hurried away, the members of the municipal council fled, and the provincial estates gave in their submission. In his capacity as stadtholder, the prince at once proceeded to appoint a new municipal council of contra-remonstrants and to effect changes in the constitution of the states, which gave the majority to the same party. The vote of Utrecht was henceforth in favor of the summoning of a national synod. Holland was isolated and stood alone. This was the beginning of the end. Obstinate spirits in the remonstrant towns of Holland were still for resistance. On August 20th, however, a placard was issued, on authority of the States General, calling for the dismissal of the Waardgelders within 24 hours. The order was obeyed. The power of the opposition had collapsed. On August 25th, the States of Holland gave a qualified assent to the summoning of the National Synod. Their spirit was broken. On August 29th, a final blow was struck. By virtue of a secret resolution of the States General, the advocate, de Groot and Hogerbaets, were arrested when on their way to attend a meeting of the States, and were confined in the prince's apartment in the Binnenhof. The arrest of Leidenburg, secretary of the States of Utrecht, followed. Uytenbogaert and other leaders of the Remonstrants fled. The prisoners were treated harshly and allowed no intercourse with each other or with their friends. The arrests no sooner had been made than Maurice set out upon a tour through the towns of Holland, attended by a strong retinue, and proceeded to effect such changes in the magistracies as would secure contra-remonstrant majorities in the corporations and in the provincial states. Schoonhaven, Brill, Schiedam, Gorenchem, Ouderwater, Delft, Leyden, Rotterdam, and Amsterdam were visited in turn and duly purged. When the States of Holland met in November, a vote of thanks was passed to the prince, and full powers were granted him for the completion of his work. Dissension had been crushed. The holding of the National Synod was unanimously approved throughout the 7 provinces. The contra-remonstrants were everywhere in assent. During the months that followed the arrests, the advocate, de Groot and Hogerbaets, Leidenburg had committed suicide, were kept in the strictest confinement. The trial began in November. Each of the prisoners was examined separately before a commission appointed by the States General on all the events, not only of the past few years, but of their whole public careers. The examination of Oldenbarnevelt was especially severe, and his treatment cruelly unjust. He appeared more than 60 times before the commission, and was allowed neither to consult his papers nor to put his defense in writing. He had to trust his memory for all the complicated details of the public affairs in which for upwards of 40 years he had been the chief actor. At last, on February 20th, 1619, the States General nominated a court composed of 24 judges. Half of them were Hollanders. It was not in any sense a regular court, and nearly all its members were personal enemies of the accused. The advocate strongly protested against its composition and claimed his right to be tried by the sovereign province of Holland, whose servant he had been. It was in vain, nor could anything have exceeded the rigor of the proceedings which followed. The prisoners were allowed no advocates, nor the use of books, pen, or paper. The trial was merely a preliminary to condemnation. On Sunday, May 12th, sentence of capital punishment was pronounced. Simultaneously with the trial of the political prisoners, the great National Synod, whose convention they had so long and resolutely opposed, had met at Dort. The Synod met for the first time on November 13, 1618, and held 154 sessions. It was an imposing assembly, consisting of more than 100 members. 28 of these were foreign divines from England, Scotland, the Palatinate, Hesse, Switzerland, Geneva, Brandenburg, East Friesland, and Bremen. The rest were Netherlanders. 58 preachers, professors, and elders, and 18 commissioners of the States General. The president was Johannes Bogerman, preacher at Leeuwarden. One of their first steps was to summon before them representatives of the Remonstrants to make their defense. On December 6, a deputation of 12, with Simon Episcopus at their head, appeared, and a fierce and wordy contest took place between the champions of the 5 and 7 points, which occupied 9 sessions. But the Remonstrants refused to acknowledge the authority of the Synod as a court competent to pronounce judgment on such doctrinal matters, and after a long series of violent altercations, they were ordered by the president to withdraw. They immediately held what was styled an anti-synod at Rotterdam, and protested loudly and publicly against the opinions and the tyranny of their opponents. In their absence, the work at Dort proceeded steadily, and on April 23, 1619, the canons that had been drawn up were signed by all the members. The Remonstrants were pronounced heretics and teachers of false doctrines, and unfit to fill any post in the churches, universities, or schools. On May 1st, the Netherlands Confession and the Heidelberg Catechism were approved without change as setting forth, shortly but completely, the principles of the Orthodox Reformed faith. A week later, May 6th, the results of the deliberations were proclaimed in the great church before a vast gathering of people, and amidst festivities and much speech-making, the synod was dissolved. There was indeed much ground for rejoicing on the part of the contra-remonstrant party. They had crushed their adversaries, and were henceforth dominant in the state. No less than 200 remonstrant preachers were dismissed, and large numbers of them were driven into exile. Like the Catholics, the Arminians were now placed under a ban, and were forbidden to hold meetings for public worship. The condemnation of the advocate followed immediately upon the close of the synod's labors. In the then embattered state of party feeling, probably most men expected that the sentence of the packed court would be a severe one, but few were prepared for a sentence of death. Many of the judges had hesitated long before pronouncing for capital punishment, but the unbending attitude of the Prince of Orange proved decisive. Louise de Colny and the French ambassador, Dumouriez, did their utmost to induce him to intervene on behalf of Oldenbarnevelt, but Maurice's mind had been thoroughly poisoned against the aged statesman, and when he found that neither the advocate nor his children would admit the possibility of guilt by asking for pardon, he hardened his heart. On the evening of Sunday, May 12th, Oldenbarnevelt was informed that he was condemned to death, and that after a public reading of the sentence, execution would follow on the following morning. The prisoner received the news with surprise and anger, but he soon recovered his calmness and asked for pen, ink, and paper, that he might write a farewell letter to his wife and children. The greater part of the night he spent in earnest conversation with the preacher Valois, who had been sent from Dort to offer his ministrations. The advocate remained firm in the unqualified assertion of his entire innocence of the charges brought against him, and protested in the strongest manner against the illegality of the court and the injustice of its sentence. He requested Valois to see Maurice and to ask the prince to forgive him for any injuries that he might have done to him, and to extend his protection to his children. For a moment, this message from the man who had been so many years his friend and counselor touched the prince, and he asked whether the advocate had said anything about pardon. Valois was obliged to confess that he had not, and the interview closed. At 8 o'clock on the Monday morning, the prolix sentence, recounting the grounds of condemnation, was read to Oldenbarnevelt in the ancient hall of the Counts of Holland in the Binnenhof, in front of which a rough scaffold had been erected during the night. The outer court was densely crowded with people as the old man, leaning on a stick, appeared on the scaffold. His head was struck off at one blow. His last words, "Men, do not believe that I am a traitor to the country. I have always acted uprightly as a good patriot, and as such I shall die," express the verdict of posterity upon his character and conduct. The papers of Oldenbarnevelt all fell into the hands of his deadly foes, and were by them closely scrutinized with a view to discovering some proof of his guilt. Not a single vestige of evidence has ever been produced to show that the advocate at any time was in collusion with his country's enemies or betrayed its interests. On the contrary, later researches and investigations have proved conclusively that Oldenbarnevelt, in his 43 years of service, played a part in the long struggle of the War of Independence, second only to that played by William the Silent, and that he was one of the ablest and most influential statesmen of his time. He had his faults. His enemies were not without grounds in ascribing to him haughtiness, avarice, intolerance of other people's opinions, greed of power. The force of circumstances drove him on to take a position and to commit acts which, though defensible from a strictly legal point of view, undoubtedly tend to weaken the bond of national unity and to endanger the permanence of the Union. But he met his fate, not because he so strenuously upheld the rights of provincial sovereignty, but because he was in advance of his time in his opposition to the efforts of the contra-remonstrant preachers to establish a religious tyranny in the state. His execution was, in fact, a judicial murder brought about by the machinations of his personal enemies, and will remain an indelible stain upon the memory of Maurice, and upon the annals of the country, which thus requited the services of the man to whom, in so large a measure, she owed her very existence. The sentence upon de Groot and Hogerbates was delayed for a few days, in the hope that they might be induced to plead guilty and sue for pardon. But though de Groot had in the earlier stages of his imprisonment shown signs of weakness, both now stood firm, and on May 18th were condemned to perpetual imprisonment. Some 2 years later, March 21st, 1621, de Groot, by means of an audacious stratagem devised by his wife, succeeded in making his escape from the castle of Loevestein and betook himself to France. The death of Oldenbarnevelt and the complete overthrow of his party left the Prince of Orange — he had succeeded to that title on the death of his brother Philip William in February 1618 — sovereign of the United Netherlands in all but name. He might have had the title as well as the power, but he was unmarried and was indifferent about the matter. He had never cared for the details of politics, and he now left the management of affairs in the hands of those who had taken the leading part in the opposition to the advocate, foremost among whom were Francis von Arsens and Rainier Pauw. These men were determined to reap to the full the fruits of victory. All over the country, the remonstrants were driven from their pulpits, and prominent adherents of Oldenbarnevelt deprived of their offices. The post of advocate was abolished, and never revived, his place being filled by a functionary styled Rod Pensionaris, whose term of office was to be for 5 years instead of for life, and whose powers were much restricted. The year 1620 was marked by the death of 2 prominent members of the House of Nassau. The widow of William the Silent, who had been deeply affected by the tragic end of her old and faithful friend, died at Fontainebleau in March. William Lewis expired suddenly in October, to the deep grief of Maurice, who succeeded him in his dignities as stadtholder in Groningen and Drenthe. In Friesland, his place was taken by his younger brother, Count Ernest Casimir of Nassau. In August 1621, the 12 years' truce came to an end, and after certain overtures for peace had been made by the archdukes, which contained quite unacceptable conditions, war once more broke out, and Maurice took the field against his old adversary, Spinola. But, owing to the deaths in this year of Philip III, King of Spain, and of Archduke Albert, operations dragged for some time sluggishly along. In 1622, Maurice gained the only success of his last years by relieving Bergen op Zoom, which Spinola was besieging. He sorely missed at the head of affairs the vigorous hand and wise brain of Oldenbarnevelt, and himself convinced that nothing went right after the advocate's death. In this year, a conspiracy was discovered against the life of Maurice, in which 2 of Oldenbarneveldt's sons were implicated. The younger, William, Lord of Stoutenburg, resented deeply being deprived of his post as governor of Bergen op Zoom and having his property confiscated, and he laid a plot for the assassination of the stadtholder, to which very unwillingly his elder brother, Reiner, Lord of Grunewald, was persuaded to become a party. The plot was betrayed, and many arrests were made. Stoutenburg himself contrived to escape, but Grunewald and a number of others were taken and executed. The health of the Prince of Orange was at this time seriously impaired, and he neither showed the same endurance as before in bearing the fatigues of campaigning, nor the same vigor and skill in his conduct of the war. Misfortune dogged his steps, and in 1624 the town of Breda, an ancestral possession of his family, was taken by Spinola under his eyes. Deeply mortified, Maurice now fell seriously ill, and it was evident that his days were numbered. His last cares were to secure that his titles, dignities, and estates should pass to his younger brother, Frederick Henry, to whom, at his request, the States General in the spring of 1625 had confided the command of the forces. The 2 brothers, despite a temporary estrangement, due to the leaning of the younger to the Remonstrant doctrines and the party of Oldenbarnevelt, had always been deeply attached to each other. Neither of them had shown any inclination for wedlock, but now Maurice, on his bed of sickness, used all his influence to bring about the marriage of Frederick Henry with the Countess Amalia of Solms. He was anxious to secure the prospect of the family succession, and is reported to have threatened even to disinherit his brother, unless he complied with his wishes. The preliminaries were quickly arranged, and the wedding took place at The Hague on April 4, 1625. On the 23rd of April, Maurice died, in the 58th year of his age, prematurely worn out by the hardships and privation of a life spent from his youth up in the camp and at the head of armies. He was, perhaps, the most accomplished soldier of his time, but as a politician, weak, hesitating, and easily led, and he passed away under a cloud, for the splendor of his great achievements was overshadowed by the dark memory of the catastrophe of 1619. End of chapter 19.